Alrighty. What is up, you guys? It's your boy Rob, Hollow Avarice. Back again to potentially finish our playthrough of Star Wars Jedi Survivor. There we are. Yeah. We got a lot to do, a lot to see, so it's wrong with taking the back street. No, yesterday we did a lot of exploration. Got a lot of... We finished our exploration of Jedi yesterday. We traveled to Nova Garon, almost fell to the dark side, which was a lot of fun. But between our travels on Kobo, Jeddah, and Nova Garon, we now have the ability to see a lot. I have upgraded my character a little bit. I did a little exploration, not a lot. I got everything basically on this level. On the lower levels, so I don't forget them. But now we got a few more treasures, a few more things to explore on the upper levels. Pretty much, that's the Lucre Hulk. Here. So up here, near the entrance, and here in the fogged expanse, that area, the mountain ascent. We have a little more exploration, and once we do, we can power our way through the rest of the story. Yeah. I think that'll just about do it. We also have the very last of the bounty hunters to take care of. I want to finish this game today and 100% it. I was able to do a number of the achievements off stream. Off stream, I did to get down from there, attack 20 lifted enemies. One with the Force, used focused sight to avoid attacks. Pinpoint, a number of precision attacks. Do a Yoshi jump and throw a mount into the great unknown as I survive. I think I did that on stream. Cobra Cal, do a training attack. Do a mullet and drop kick an enemy. I think that's where all I did. There's a few left, but a lot of them are locked to... Cage match, I believe, is locked to all the bounty hunters. Intergalactic is scan every enemy, and the enemies that are missing are bounty hunters. Splurgle is buy everything from the shop, which I'm almost there. Blood, Sweat, and Tears is get all the tears. Some of which are out and about in the world. Are those upgrades that we've seen. So... Let's head to the landing pad. We'll take on the mountain ascent, the fogged expanse, all of that. All right. All right. I believe this is the way. I said the thing.
Combat. I have to. It's fine. I'm fine. Everything but.
Yeah.
My guard won't break. Good riddance. I hate waiting. Put me down. I was doing fine until you showed up. You're running? It's you or me.
And unfortunately, I'm me.
Scum.
Let's take this to Doma's.
Okay. Good. Was there a way across again? No. This way. Why aren't you?
Stuff beyond these crags and make your...
Give me a minute.
Yeah. Your blood run cold.
What is this place?
Old loading dock, back from when things were busy around here. Don't get much activity anymore, though. Not since...
Since what?
No, it's nothing. Never mind.
I don't...
Feels like there's something about this place we should know.
Mountain's not safe, stranger. I'd just watch where you go snooping around.
We're not really the careful type.
Alright, my guy, you're zero help.
Let's take this to Doma's.
Alright, our next stop. Let's head further up the mountain. Nothing for a little bit. Alright, so now we're gonna go up, over, across. Yeah, we're going that way. Then we double back. Ah. Is there a thing that was in here and I just never... Alright, the Shiverpeed nest. Alright, so it was just something that I missed.
Time to fight. Force users are weak. He's damaged. I think I'm done.
Good for you. Alright. We're almost there. Alright, let's head back to the save point and go to the next area.
I need a stim. Just in time.
Alright, next save point deeper in. The Fogged Expanse. Alright. Where could the entrance be?
Nice.
I mean, that works. Alright, we're at 99.4% done. Okay. It's right up here ahead. Treasure.
Looks like another shard.
I mean, that works. Alright, let's head back down. Alright, let's make our way around to the other side. And that'll finish this half of the map. I don't know if I can go up that way, so I might have to go through the smoke. Pulls the fire and flame. Alright, reverse.
We can trade this at Doma's shop.
Alright, we did it. That's perfect. This entire mountain area is done. Woo! Barely made it. That was almost a death. Okay. So now the last area we need to tackle is the start. So head to the derelict dam.
Need to center myself.
What did I say? I just said we are going to the derelict dam. There we are. Of course. No problem. Cool. There we go. Cool.
Let's see if Doma's interested in this.
One of the stupid little runners. All right. All right, let's head down. It's something I could have gotten very
Let's
early.
see.
The damn flow pipes. The damn flow pipes are jammed. Let's go up here first. Grab that one back there. Then we'll do the stupid one with the gorgeous secret. Oh, there we go.
Not a bad find.
Where's your strength?
Druidika, assist me.
Come on, show me your strength.
Where'd you go?
Why is that glowing? I'm almost assured that I got that before, but...
You're going down. Sustaining casualties.
Just to be safe. That's odd. Then why didn't it show up on my map?
Your files say you are wanted on said planet.
All right. Now we'll befriend the big guy.
Mount won't reach us here.
Thank you. All right. All right, let's run through and grab that rope. All right, let's run through and grab that rope.
A shard. Let's trade it at Doma's shop. I need a stem.
That was a whole canister of suck. All right, shortcut.
Maybe we should take up prospecting, huh, BD?
All right, Why is Kobo still at 99.4%? Is it because of that stupid quest? Alright. Let's go buy all the stuff at Doma's shop. Then we'll check out Nova Garon, where there are 3 different bounty hunters after us.
Good to see you. I'll grab this one. I'll say.
Splurgle! Purchase all of Doma's merchandise. Alright, next. So Splurgle, it's one of our 3
So next,
or
let's go
4
to-
missing achievements done.
Hey, remember that time Seer tried to make that Teveronian dish?
I do. She nearly burned down the mantis.
Yeah. Those were good times.
Alright,
Sit down, kid. It's time to land. Apparently a shortcut has been unlocked by flying to Nova Garon. I need a little grease time.
When you confronted Bode, what did he say?
That we gave him no choice. They'd do anything to keep Kata safe. He said it was something only a parent would understand.
That is a poor excuse. I have seen creatures fight to the death to save their young, but we are not beasts.
Yeah, in fighting and in doing this, you've condemned thousands to die. And make the world objectively worse for your child.
all you're good at?
Fight with me.
Yes, fight me. Ah, he's a quick one. I felt nothing.
Look at this coward.
I'm hit.
That'll hurt.
Nothing done. I got it. I did worse. Get up here. Target's hit.
Alright, almost there.
I'm taking you down.
Now, BD.
Masai now dead. One bounty puck done.
Better watch. You're hurt now.
Cleo dead.
Clip me.
There we go. Chop. Fend for now. That's 3 more bounty hunters dead, so there's 1 bounty hunter left. Alright, we're good.
I see an enemy. Get in there. I've got eyes on him.
Denvik's fate. His failure now complete is at last dealt with. See, like, that's not marked on here anywhere. But, like... Alright.
Warning. Enemy approaching. Tracking mark. Pointless evasion.
Help, please. They're after you.
Focus your fire. Show our superiority. Get back here, intruder. Make some room.
I need to focus.
Okay. All right, easy enough. Easy as 1, 2, 3. Easy as apple pie.
Which planet next?
Headed to Kobo's finest watering hole.
It is good that she was able to save some of it.
What's that?
Seer, her
Her
work,
work, the archive. She
the
did.
archive.
She fought off
right,
Vader to
yeah,
protect
yeah,
a good
yeah.
chunk of it.
She was always brave. And stubborn. One heck of a lady. This is your captain speaking, inviting you to grab some seat so we can land.
All right, let's go see if we can find the final bounty hunter.
Busy. I heard back from some of my friends who were dismissed from the academy.
Cool.
They didn't take kindly to being silenced by the Empire, and they're planning to do something about it.
Good.
Oh yeah?
We are arranging a meeting. Turns out there are more people ready to take action than we thought. I don't suppose you'd be interested in coming along.
Maybe another time. I've got some things I need to take care of.
I figured. Hey, you know what they say, though?
I have a feeling I don't.
Sooner or later, the charged Hydron emulsion solution will find its way back to equilibrium.
I did not.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Talk to you soon. I need to gather my things.
See you around, Cal.
We've forsook Tormo and the Hexian Brew to their final fight.
Good. It's time to finish this.
Sork sent his very own arena champion, Joe the Cannibal, to the Lucre Hulk with a gang of nasties with Becca.
Joe the Cannibal.
Have the Bedlam Raiders been cleared out?
Actually, this is the fun part. Sork's champion has cut a deal with what's left of the Raiders.
They're working together.
That's bad.
That's not good.
All to bag you. Let's see what you're really made of, eh? Be quick about it, eh?
I'll take it.
Practically giving that away.
This'll be useful.
Wanted to get that off my hands. Hiya.
All right. I also am missing a force tear. Because one of the things is blood, sweat, and tears. Or blood, sweat, and tears, depending on how you look at it. Okay. Ramblers reach 1. Fractured history done.
And now here's Amy with the...
Swindler's Wash. Resolve done. Devastated Settlement. Got it. Well, this says there's only 3, so you're clearly wrong. Thanks. Alright, this is the derelict dam. Fractured agility, good. No way.
Breathe.
You're kidding me.
Let's find out what this holds.
Oh, those are bosses.
Up here. Right here, BD. Right here, bud. BD.
All right, that went badly. It's 3 legendary monsters. Oh my god.
That didn't do it.
Yeah, no shoot, Cal.
I can do this.
Sword, doom!
I need something, buddy.
From the side.
Stim!
Okay, just dodge. One more should do. Woo! Woo! Blood, sweat, and tears, baby. That was intense.
It's gone now. We did it.
Okay. Jeez, that got me excited. All right. Next up, we're gonna head to the... Oh, that's right. Everything is cut off inside the Lucre Hulk because we have to travel through it to defeat the bounty hunter. We're just gonna move quick.
Hope you're ready for a rematch. The target could get here any minute.
We're ready. The thought of killing that Jedi is the only thing keeping us all going. Turn back or die. Pass up. Pathetic. Big deal.
Here we go again. You must be Joe the Cannibal. How about you cut the theatrics and let's get this over with?
Stop, Chance. I'm calling Joe. Sir Turbo set me as his champion, and contenders must qualify for finals. Welcome to the arena, Jedi Knight Count Kestis.
Sounds like Sork's managed to find a lackey as deranged as he is.
Kind of cool.
Let's move.
Right, this is going to be the most direct route.
We've got company. I missed.
Now we'll see how tough you are. Oh, come on.
Cage wasn't kidding about the Raiders working with the Haxian Brood. Not liking that combo.
Alright, I'm gonna go down. Right. Don't bother with you.
Want a real fight?
Won't miss it.
That was weird. Okay, let's snag the new teleport point. Rest. I'm gonna use the rest room. We're more than halfway into the Lucre Hulk. That's a good sign. Let's continue. All right. So we could go through the village or across through the core. If I go across there, that's pretty quick. We're going to go down. We go down. Go.
Kill the intruder. Okay.
And it's going to deposit me right in front of the tanks. Is that where they are? Ah, the shortcut is gone. Oh, you clever boy. It means I have to go through the village.
Kill the intruder. I think we should take him. It can't end like that. On me. Don't lose him.
There's no end to these guys. Let's take out the ones in charge.
I'm after the target. Roger, not want to patrol anymore. This doesn't compute. He's getting away. Reinforcements incoming. Should I be worried? We might win.
Hey, BD.
I'll get you. You're going down. Move up. Can't defeat us. Unit disassemble. On him. Someone else killed this weakling.
Help!
This is the former champion of Sork Tormo's arena. I'm not impressed.
Not my goal. So the Brood can't let go of the past, huh?
We never forget a mark. Besides, your little stunt at the arena left more than just a pile of bodies and bruised egos. You left a whole pile of juicy, cybernetic bits in your wake.
Weird.
Yeah, it's odd. It's an odd thing to say.
All right, buddy. This is the Haxian Brood's best. Or whatever that's worth. But she didn't come alone.
You are not authorized. Reloading power.
Lucky I wasn't there during the match in the arena. Fire! A challenger woman. You are shutting up! Stop running!
Stay away from me. I shall avenge all my fallen brethren for the Benjamin Raiders!
Ha!
last of the Haxian group, we'll see. Let's get back to Cage and be done with this whole bounty hunting business. Help, BD!
You only delay your fate.
They just fell off.
The galaxy will know our story. I won't die yet. Come here.
Is that all you got?
Let's see. I'm good. Thank you, though. Thank you very much for the offer. I appreciate it. Their toughest fighter just fell to their death. That's phenomenal. Reactivate. All right. There are two things, so there's still one puck missing.
Hey, Cal. Good to see you.
Rumor discovered. Cage. Where is that? Devastated settlement.
What do we have here? Could use this.
Oh, these samples are just right. Great work finding them, Cal.
Hey, Toa.
Hey, I've been mulling over what you said about the future of Kobo. I think you're right to have hope. History has always been wont to change course suddenly and irrevocably. Did you ever hear about the discovery of the Auric Cluster during the High Republic?
No, I didn't.
Would you like to hear about it?
Sure.
Sure, I'd like to.
Xanath Otzian.
Sure, I'll let you at the end of the stream. Let me write that down.
To the Auric Cluster, which
I'll
had
add
just
you.
been identified as populated. Several Republic picket ships had been destroyed near the cluster. It was strongly suspected that Auric civilization was spacefaring and warlike. Xanath was escorted by a contingent of Republic starfighters. Everyone expected a confrontation. Unfortunately, her journey coincided with the fall of the Starlight Beacon. She lost all long-range communications and was stranded just inside the cluster, separated from her military escort. She was discovered by a passing Auric ship and could not escape before it overtook her. And when she was boarded, she was met with a diplomatic convention bearing gifts from the riverbeds of Auric 3. Had she been accompanied by a wing of starfighters, things could have gone quite differently.
I'm Glad things turned out well there. Not quite sure we can count on good faith from the Empire, though.
All I'm saying is that history turns on small events with unthinkable consequences. I don't plan to give up on the future, no matter the past.
Glad to hear you say it, Toa.
See you around, Cal.
The devastated settlement. Alright, this is where we met Cage last time. Ah, there she is. Are we gonna have to... Cage
Where you
Vonda.
going, Cage?
Cal, better, now that you've taken down every hired gun that Sork Thomas sent after you.
Yeah. Be good not to worry about bounty hunters for a while.
Yeah, about that. Oh, that's a good trick. I was just a bit off.
No. It wasn't. What is this, Cage? How much did Sork offer you?
I've had enough of betrayals.
Not enough. But then, every hunter we took down drove your value up. Now you're worth my time.
You're how they tracked us down in the first place.
Now you're getting it, bud. I've been known to hunt a bounty myself from time to time.
Mm-hmm.
Still, that was a big pool of contenders to carve through. I think you're the real deal, Jedi.
Want to find out just how real? Not too late to put this behind us, Cage.
No chance. A girl's got debts. And I've been waiting a long time for this payday, Cal. Long time. But most of all, I can't stand all this damn peace and quiet! Missed me! Say worse! Out with the bang!
Toss it!
Block this!
Alright, halfway down.
Not there!
What's with all these people betraying me?
Take it.
Help!
The
try. Barely felt that.
Come on! This is what I live for!
And it's what you'll die for.
Cool. She's got electro blades on her pistols.
Last chance, Cage. Walk away.
That's not how I play.
Holy! That's Boba Fett. We got Boba Fett. We got
Boba.
We got Boba.
Looking slick, buddy.
What the shit?
It's been a while.
Hey, you two know
And that's
each
Tamir
other?
Morrison.
Go way back. How about we bringing this Jedi together? Split the bounty right down the middle.
Boba Fett's in the game. This is pre.
I'm not here for the Jedi.
No, it feels good not to be the target for once.
You have no idea how valuable this woman is.
That's Boba Fett.
Well, when you put it that way. Listen up! There's two kinds of people in this galaxy.
Oh my God!
Those with live thermal detonators, and those without. I trust you boys can do the math.
It's friggin' Boba Fett! Holy cow! Why? What? We better fight him.
Time's up! Cal! You're not just gonna let him take me away, right?
That's exactly what I'm gonna do.
Very well.
This is so cool!
See you around, Jedi.
If she didn't betray me, we could have fought Boba Fett together, but she betrayed me at the wrong time. And we took her pistol! Cage match. Get the attention of a mysterious stranger. Hunted bounties for decades, but presented herself to Cal as the hunter in retirement. However, this was a fiction. Having used Cal to clear away her threat competition of other hunters, she now seeks to claim the elusive Jedi bounty for herself. Can
Interesting.
Boba Fett tracks Cage Vonda down on Kobo, but does not pursue Cal, leaving a sense of lingering unease between the two as he departs.
Keep moving, Jedi.
And turn my back on another bounty hunter?
If I wanted you dead, you'd be dead.
Cage Vonda. Stepping out of retirement to claim the most elusive of Jedi bounties, Cage Vonda has not lost her touch during her time on the sidelines. Endlessly agile thanks to her rocket boots, Cage has at her disposal every possible tool a bounty hunter could want.
In case it hasn't clicked, Cal, this guy's not exactly a fan of Jedi.
That would be an understatement.
Which begs the question, why team up with one?
We had a common enemy, Cage. You.
Make no mistake, we are not allies. I know Jedi. I know what you are capable of. And I do not pity your fate. What do you want?
I'm curious. How do you two know each other?
A lady never tells.
Our circle is small. Many choose the bounty hunting profession, but few survive. And Cage never seems to die.
No, she doesn't.
But a bounty will fetch a handsome price.
Once Sork learns your role in taking down the Haxian brood, who knows what'll pay for you?
Listen, Boba, if credits talk, let's talk.
This is so cool.
Pockets are far deeper than your scum.
You wanted to play this game, Cage. This is your reward.
Leave me be, Jedi. I'm just taking in the view before I take in my bounty.
Suit yourself.
We're done here, Jedi. Hope we never meet again.
Got the message, loud and clear.
All right. His character model looks amazing. Look at that. He's even got the knee darts. When they panned past the knee dart, I had a feeling, and then I saw the green. That is. Got Boba, guys. We got our boy. Look at him. He looks so good. I mean, he looks beat up, but he looks really good. Now, hold up. Kobo 99.6%. But... Cage is in the Haxian Brood, so Haxian Brood is 100%. So the only thing we're missing is the second bow to Kuna for tactical guides.
Force is with me.
And I'll say of everyone, Cage wasn't even the toughest. I'd say Kilioso I had a tougher time with. And the two siblings and their robot at the end that I fought earlier this stream, I had a hard time with. Alright, cage match done.
How are you holding up, Grease?
I'm so angry, you know? I don't know what to do with it all.
Yeah, me too.
Did anyone tell you about the Mogu around the Raider base?
Already done.
No, found it myself. Took it down.
You don't mess around, do you?
Hey,
Be seeing you.
Good to see you.
Hiya.
What do we have here? Done.
The Empire. So afraid of what it cannot control. Culture is our shield. But to them, it is a threat.
Like what the Empire did to the Wookiees on Kashyyyk.
So many traditions extinct. And yet, it might prove the Empire's downfall.
It will, yep.
An intelligent empire would co-opt the cultures it conquers, wielding it against their enemies. This one is rigid, obstinate. When the right threat arrives, it will be unable to adapt to it.
Hope so.
Not hope. This is known. The only question is when.
I agree, Tulux.
Talk later,
Some other time, okay?
This game has had Darth Vader and Boba Fett. That blows me away.
Seeing you around quite a bit. Thinking about a permanent residence, eh?
I wouldn't count on it, Har.
No shame, mate. You ain't the first to visit Kobo and end up staying for good. Oh, sure, we all had plans to get ours, get lost. But what's the real reason we don't leave?
Well, I actually crash landed, so my ship wouldn't fly.
We fall in love. In love with Kobo. You're one of us now.
Great to see you.
Hello, Cal.
Keep your head up. Tanalor is still within reach, but we must not delay.
I still can't quite process that the Jedi are truly gone.
I know, Z. It took me a long time to accept it, too.
What is the galaxy to do without their guidance and leadership? It all seems so hopeless.
The Jedi didn't have a monopoly on virtue. Or the Force.
Yeah.
We can still find our way.
Just because the Jedi are gone doesn't mean hope is gone.
I very much hope that you're right. Good to see you, young Jedi. You seem to appreciate this.
Could use this.
Certainly, Cal.
Hopefully Tanalor has some data discs. Because I don't see any others on my map. I'm gonna be real. Alright. If they gave me percentages on these, like, so I'd be able to see, like, Mountain Observatory percentage. Ah, there you go. Alignment Control Center. Oh, that's where I'm going. Okay, I got purple and Goldie.
Chatter on the comms, kid. How you doing?
Just reached the control center. I'll let you know if I run into any trouble.
Welcome. I am Centauri Creed, the director of this experimental facility. Safety protocols require one person to remain here while the arrays are active.
Breeze, unless one of us is gonna stay behind, we need someone here to activate the arrays.
Oh, yeah, sure. I'll ask around. See if anyone's got a death wish. Maybe Turgle?
Maybe not Turgle.
Alright, give me a second. Let me prepare some drink. Alright. Now, you know, let me check something. You're missing... All right. Gonna make sure. So ready? Let's see. Droids. Click. Roller mine and scavenger droid. Good. Flora and fauna. Pseudobon alpha. Pseudobon. Skriton, golden Skriton. Hardshell, Mogu. Shiverpede. Bramlek. Spawn of Ogdo. Rocka. The Biomaw. And the Mire Terror. No? Oh, Rancor right there, the Mire Terror. Graco Matriarch. Vile Biomaw. Gorger Graco. Good. Axion Brood. Renator. Gunslinger. Shock Commando. Roller Droid. Cage Vonda, Bounty Hunter. Oh, there's Brawler Droid. And Bounty Droid. And Commando. Raiders. Didu Didu. It's a great name for a droid. A B2 battle droid. Bedlam Smasher, Raider Grunt, and Raider Veteran. Ravis and Magna Guard. Lieutenant Double Blade, Lieutenant Single Blade. Urgos, the Fist of Ravis, I could be calling him the First of Ravis. And the Massive. Eevee. Droidica. Dagon. BX Rifle. BX Hybrid. And BX. B2, B1, B1. Lastly. Vader. ISB. Droid Enforcer. ET. Viper Droid. Imperial Officer. Jetpack. Shield. Ninth Sister. Purge Electro. Purge Electro. Rocket Probe Heavy. Flame Security. Atsit. Commander. Stormtrooper. Scout. And then there's 2 Bodes. All we're missing is Bode Akuna 2. And we will have everything. Alright, story. And get that. Scan every type of enemy to fill out the tactical guide. Okay. See, I did that on purpose to test the game, make sure the game was active and aware. I decided I wanted to end the game wearing the poncho, and I chose a new color scheme. I did this white gold color scheme for both me and BD.
Herd troopers. What are they doing here?
Traitor. I will prevail. I will be defeated. I got you.
There you go.
You want to
turn. Fight for me.
You won't break through. I'll see you dead, traitor. You made a mistake.
Have I not seen that animation yet?
Fight with me.
Sustaining damage.
Good job. Keep doing that, and I'll be able to hack them.
Encounter still active.
Nope, never mind. He's gonna be wrong.
The victory has drawn substantial. Status failing.
Nope, you destroyed him? Good job, bud. Good job, bud.
Let's fight together.
Good job, Viper. About the Alignment Control Center. With a subterranean monitoring system state-of-the-art security for its day, and an observation deck, the Control Center served as the nerve center of the research and experimentation on Kobo. Primary purpose, however, was the alignment of the various arrays throughout Kobo and its moon. Upon alignment, the Republic experimental wave technology was capable of dispelling Kobo matter.
They were waiting for us. Maybe Bo told them we were coming.
Okay, good job. You stay here and guard me.
This looks promising. All the arrays are online. Now we just have to activate them. Rey must have locked down the facility when they evacuated. That's not gonna stop us.
This is to study the abyss and what we call Kobo matter. Using wave technology,
99.8.
we've had some success in dispelling Kobo matter, allowing us to probe deeper into the abyss. What awaits us within the Kobo abyss? Join me, and we will work to discover it together.
Don't think I can call the lift from here.
Proceed to the observation deck to initiate alignment.
Huh. Gotta hand it to Kree. She thought of everything.
Alright. Oh, wait. Where? I don't think there was a tower.
Guess the platform isn't here.
Alright, we're activating array number 3. Oh no, we're aligning them away from the moon towards... There you go. Good. So the observatory, the forest array.
See? You made it.
Breeze informed me you're in need of assistance, so here I am.
It's a long trip. Couldn't have been easy.
I might be 200 years old, but I'm as spry as a Padawan. Amazing. Oh, Cal, this is simply amazing.
Can you start the arrays when we're in position?
Oh, I stand ready for your order. It would be my honor to see Master Kree's dream alive once more.
We're your master.
I don't want Z to get hurt or anything, though. Into the Abyss. Discover the route to Tanalor. The arrays within the control facility at the center of Rambler's Reach. Cal was able to align Kobo's arrays to point towards the Abyss. With the last in place, Z arrived to offer assistance. She would activate the arrays for Cal and fill out form as dream. Understanding their journey could be one way. The crew nevertheless resolved, stealing themselves for wherever they come. Tanalor beckons. Tanalor. Confront boat on Tanalor. The Republic of old found the natural properties of Kobo fascinating, and both Jedi and scientists alike were keen on how they could harness its unique energy. Very good. The first result of these studies was the massive facility on the planet's moon, an emitter array capable of harnessing Kobo matter and displacing it. The construction of 2 additional arrays on the planet's surface would pave the way for the Jedi's determined quest to push through the otherwise impregnable Kobo Abyss, itself largely composed of Kobo matter.
Time to head back to the Mantis, buddy. Go through the Abyss. I'm not thrilled about it either. It's the only way we're getting to Tanalor.
There's now a tower overlooking there that was not there before. This is, again, some Mass Effect elevator technology. Kobo 100%, baby. You've done well, droid. Do this quick. Was this the right way?
Weapons engaged. Forward expectation. Initiating attack. Numbers reduced.
I'm trying to remember where was. Okay.
Terminating the Jedi will be a moment long awaited. I will destroy all.
Stop them!
Hey, this. It's fine. I'm fine.
Right here, buddy.
We've got company. You are pathetic.
My good enemies are up there.
Right here, BD.
Good. Look how much experience I got for defeating 2 of them. They are the enemies you grind against. Okay, what's the... If I defeat them again, I'll be 1.
Enemy encountered. All
opening fire.
Man down. A hunt. Exciting.
The orders of me.
We'll help, BD. Toss me one, BD.
Okay.
I'm hit. No!
No!
Dim, please. Dim.
Okay. If I do that 2 more times, I max out all of my stuff.
Okay, I'm ready.
And then I'm literally 100% before going into this final fight.
Toss me one, BD.
Doing much better this time than we did last.
Help me, BD.
Do one more. I think we're good. Yeah. That was huge.
Time to fight. Level high. It's up to me.
Down. And there you go. With that, let's go to skills. Lightsaber. And quickly. Good, 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 good. All right, we're gonna cut through Pyloons, give everyone a one more chat, and then head to Tanalor. New characters or conversations are now available in Pyloon Saloon. If we go upstairs and see goddamn Boba Fett just chilling by the bar, I'm gonna lose my damn mind. That's the one scenario. I'm assuming it's just more conversations are available.
Welcome, welcome. Make yourself at home.
Another time.
Enjoy the beach, Cal.
Hey, how come you never charge me for our chats? You make everyone else pay for your wisdom.
Ha! If wisdom could be obtained with credits, all would possess it. Every fortune has a price. But a conversation between friends is priceless. That is why I do not charge you, Sojourner.
Thanks, Tulocked.
Now is not the time to speak.
Just like that. Far as I can tell, didn't even have time to radio me.
Criff. That is just...
What?
Oh, Criff.
Where'd Grok go?
Cal, did you hear? That fool Grok got
No!
done in by an Imperial patrol.
Grok's dead?
Told the old bastard to be careful when he left.
I preferred Grok to you, Dana.
I thought he could handle it. He was just nabbing a fuel injector. At least the fuel injector didn't take a single hit. That geezer sure did know his way around a payload.
Guess you and Grok weren't so close, huh?
No, this is what the old man would have wanted. Call it my bereavement tax.
Grok's end. Grok is killed stealing a valuable fuel injector from Imperial territory. But Dana managed to recover the injector. She's still processing the loss of her partner.
Come back later, yeah?
Monk, you back there?
Heritage ran out of here in a hurry. Have anything to do with those lights in the sky?
Z's helping us out. Monk, we're about to take off. Don't know when we'll be back. If we'll be back.
That sort of trip. I see. Well, you've got no open tabs, so I suppose all that's left to say is good luck. And come to Pyloon Saloon. And we hope to see you soon.
Catchy song. Maybe you missed your calling.
Never too late to try something new.
See you later, Monk.
Some other time, okay?
Hi, Cal.
Be seeing you.
The whole time I always saw us as a family looking for a home. But now, I don't know, I'm wondering, if you don't have a home, can you truly be a family?
Of course.
The Mantis has always been our home, Grease.
Yeah, maybe, but... You know, come on, it's not the same.
A place to hang your hat.
I know, I
get you.
wish I had something uplifting to say, but I don't. I just don't, not now.
Is this been fixed yet? Still no.
Let's wash up.
Lad, definite better all the fish we've added to my tank. And it reminded me of something I've been meaning to get off my chest.
What's that?
Well, I'm no creature of comfort, but I've got to tell you, I've taken a wee shine to your yacht.
The Mantis?
Aye. You know why I like her?
Is it because she reminds you of
It's
a...
because she reminds me of a fish. Stunner of a trunk.
She reminds me of a fish.
With a flanter's blubber. With a fin and all. Alas, snow as agile as a real fish, though.
I don't think Grease would enjoy taking the Mantis underwater either.
I know.
So how did the outpost get its start?
Like most good things, it all started with a dream. The vision of one sharp-eyed Waluna named Doma Dendra.
Doma Dendra is a
Not 2 months
Waluna.
after she gets here, but her general store pops into being. And the rest of the outpost didn't take long to follow.
Couldn't have been easy.
Doma looked at the first wild-eyed hooligans on Kobo and saw hard workers. Dreamers like her. A whole bloody community.
I can see why you all stick by her.
That's right. What's there but to follow someone like that, eh? Oi, Cal. Good to see you.
Great to see you.
Not now, dear.
Are you ready to go?
Just about.
When we confront Bode, just remember, he has what he wants. He will fight to the death to keep it.
Alright, I think the last person we can check in with is Peely.
The plants need me.
Can we take our Pitroid with us? Bud, hop on. Come on.
Hey, Grease. You alright?
Just, you know, a little distracted is all. I mean, I'm about to fly freehand into a stellar anomaly with an appetite for starships. And I'll tell you, my palms haven't been this sweaty since...
You can do this.
Yeah, sure.
Are your knees weak?
Oh, who asked you anyway? Let's talk in a bit, yeah?
Arms are sweaty, his knee weak, arms are heavy.
Say we catch Bode. What do you think we should do?
He must pay. But we must always remember that there are people counting on us.
You're right. Our friends. Anyone who survived Jedi. We can't let them down.
We won't.
All right, let's look at this beautiful map.
Let's take a look.
Tanalor. All right, Tanalor is only 2 areas. I'm gonna use the restroom and then we're gonna head out, guys. So get ready for this final section. All right, guys. The final stretch. The final countdown.
Let's get out there.
Here we go now. Like, even if we... Again, it's my personal bias because pit droids are my favorite. But, like, if you could see just, like, a pit droid that we recruited, like, walking around down there, performing maintenance...
Ready for a bumpy ride.
The same way we used to have the boggling and the vents and under the table and stuff. I think that would be dope. That would be my favorite. Because, again, pit droids... I love Astromechs. I love Chopper. I love R2. I love BD. I like your protocol droids, I like your HKs, but there's something about the pit droid design that I love.
Cal, is it time?
We're heading to the Abyss now. Fire up the arrays.
I'll be monitoring your progress from here. May the Force be with you all.
And you, Z.
Here we go.
Well, what do you think is taking Z so long?
Dagengara was the only person to live through what we're about to do.
At least we will die together.
Hey, great pep talk, kids. Hopefully they can fit that on my tombstone.
Look.
1, 2, 3.
Wow.
Oh, we've seen that symbol before.
Here we go. I know. You want to fly this thing?
BD's like, absolutely, let me fly it. Come on, put me in, coach. It's like it's prying open a doorway. It's so cool. Oh, that's cool. We're seeing like a camera's mounted on the fins, so the fins are rotating, but we're seeing the main hull rotate.
It's
beautiful.
Oh, yeah. I'll bet that's what all the other poor saps said right before they were torn into Vortex Chow.
Misshapen turbo matter.
Great. Now it's an obstacle course. They're coming too fast.
But you are faster. Stop piloting and start flying.
I'm rerouting power from deflectors to the engines.
What are you, crazy? You're trading safety for speed.
Exactly. We're all in on you, buddy.
We're all in.
You're right. It's my ship, ain't it? Greasy does it, baby.
Oh yeah, greasy money. Here we go. There it is. There's the smile we haven't seen since Jedi.
Hey, wait a minute. Is it me, or is this tunnel getting a tad cozy?
It's not just you. Z, what's going on?
The arrays are overloading. There's nothing I can do.
We need to go faster.
I'm going as fast as I can. Wait a minute. Are you crazy? If you jump in a hyperspace blind, you'll be picking up pieces of the Mantis all over the outer rim.
Do you trust me?
You know I do, Cal. Let her ride.
Blind hyperspace. A force-driven blind hyperspace jump.
Now.
Immediate kiss and slap him. Ow.
You did it, you three-armed son of a Gundark.
Well, at least none of us lost our cool.
Be a lot easier if we had a compass.
Wow. I hope it's worth it.
Piloting through the very heart of the Kobo Abyss, Grease at last rediscovered his lost confidence, deftly maneuvering through the debris of starship wreckage. However, around them the path began to fray and collapse as the arrays on Kobo began to fail. Hearing the voice of Seer in his mind, Cal drew upon the lessons of his former mentor to guide his hand, trusting in the Force and pulling the hyperdrive controls, launching the Mantis into a blind jump. The Mantis skips through hyperspace and after a tense moment emerges on approach the beautiful blue-green world. Tanalor. Oh, by the way, I haven't really shown it off yet. I stuck with the gold and white color scheme that was like endemic of the High Republic, and the same thing I did to BD and myself. But my lightsaber, I do want to show this off, is currently a combination of Seer Junda and Eno Cordova. That's what I decided to do. I do want to check one thing. Why not? Again, sticking with my style, but Cage Vanda's blaster. So we have Cage's blaster, Eno and Seer's lightsabers. I was considering doing Jaro Tapal and Seer, but I think Eno Cordova has been such a massive influence. You know, this is kind of like dream-like and beautiful. Look at this.
So, this is it. Tanalor. You and Marin be careful out there, okay? Yeah, you too, BD.
We'll all be okay, Grease.
I'm gonna hold you to that, Cal. I don't plan on living out my days on this rock, especially not with that traitor.
We'll be back soon.
I'll keep things ticking here.
Haven's Edge. A Jedi meditation spot overlooking a natural vista. The Jedi of old often frequented the spot to clear their minds.
So this is Tanalor.
Not what you were expecting?
I don't know what I was expecting. So much has changed since I first heard its name.
Beautiful waters. It's almost like the screen kind of has like a filter on it. It kind of makes it look more whimsical and dreamlike and misty.
The temple's this way. Dagon and Centauri Kree planned their future here.
And look where it got them.
Verdant Gardens, is that Jedi Temple at the base? This is where Dagon planned to build the Jedi. Look at the light, like, cask of the nebula, or the abyss, just shooting out in every direction from behind that mountain.
Bode will not let this end peacefully. He has
Someone
already
crashed
used
there.
fatherhood to justify betrayal and murder. Now we have him cornered, with nowhere else to run. He will kill or be killed. Well, say something.
You're right. But what about Kata? She's not much younger than we were when our families were taken from us.
I know.
You and I will carry that loss for the rest of our lives. But Kata still has a chance.
Yes, she does. Very well. We will give Bo the choice to stand down. For Kata's sake.
And ours.
maintain some level of humanity out here on the frontier's edge. The Buried Invasion. The unexpected invasion of Tanalor forced the Order to flee to New Sanctuary. How the Nihil discovered Tanalor remains a mystery. I don't know. Have the Nihil been mentioned in any other canon? I know they were big in Legends. Marauders. The Tempest Runners. The Nihil is an anarchistic marauders of the Outer Rim. The territory has their own, coming into prominence during the High Republic era. By the storm. Tempest envisions the eye of the Nihil. Here we go. They're big in the Republic, in the High Republic books. Alright, I still gotta read a lot of the new audio. I might just get like the new audio books for all of the High Republic stuff. But here's something. Is there an animal?
I keep thinking about something Seer once said. A warning. Every Jedi faces the dark side.
There's Bode ship.
I feel so much hatred towards Bode.
Seer won her battle with the dark side. You will too.
Oh, look at that. It's like an ocean. Beautiful.
He's still here.
Good.
Alright, let's do it once around. I saw that there's a Force Echo over there. Come to Pyloon Saloon, and we hope to see you soon. Can we, like, sabotage it?
Fall back to the temple. The Nihil are enveloping our position.
Nihil, yep.
Master Gera, that is an order.
So I remember Rancesis was the weird hairy guy from the... So that was Oppo Rancesis from the Jedi Council from the prequels. So he's been alive for hundreds of years. He was the Padawan of Yaddle. He was around for the Great Hyperspace Disaster. Okay, it's already updated. He was there at the attack of Tanalor during the High Republic. The Wikipedia entry's already been updated. God, you gotta love Star Wars fans. A tri-pointed fountain water feature built to symbolize the three core pillars of the Jedi Order: the Force, knowledge, and self-discipline. 4 points.
Do you hear that?
Katja.
Let's see her. I was hoping we'd find the missing 4 data discs on Tanalor. I don't see any though. Which means they might be like those other things and their markers might just be missing from the map, which is not ideal, which means I'll probably endgame follow a map and try and find them.
Hey, Katja. This is Marin. She's a friend.
I'm sorry Papa hurt you.
He killed a lot of people.
He said I'd never see you again. What are you doing here?
Katja, your father stole something very important. We're gonna ask him to give it back.
Will you show us the way?
Okay. Follow me.
Thanks, Kata. You're a good kid.
I don't like it here. It's dark and lonely.
You don't have to be afraid. Better?
That's cute.
They're very pretty.
Marin's like, I know. Okay, Force Echo right there. And there's a Jedi temple. Dagengaro was not joking when he said he was gonna build a temple here. He went ham, him and Centauri Kree.
Carter! How did you get here?
It wasn't easy.
You shouldn't have followed us.
Papa, don't!
Stay back, Carter. This is the only way to keep you safe.
She will be safe. I promise, Bode. But listen to me. It's over.
Lay down your weapons.
This planet will be a haven for those hunted by the Empire. Including Kata. And you. But you have to surrender. Now.
Go outside, Carter.
You want Kata to live here alone? Damn, dude.
I will decide what's best for my family.
Did he?
You cannot escape.
Night, sister.
You should have stayed out of this.
Distract him! I will strike from the shadows.
Did he plant a bomb on me?
Learn to fight. Bleed out.
Help BD.
Cool. Are we gonna do the warp? Yeah. Oh my god, that was dope.
Got a trick for you.
Good. Oh wait, I never swapped my perks back. Damn it.
Say goodnight.
Are we stuck in the anger mode? cool. Oh, she was merging his arm into the stone. Oh, don't make me kill you. I have to embrace the darkness. I was gonna choose not to. Well, that's silly. I'm not counting that as an official death. Alright, so I have to embrace the darkness. That's silly. I think I should be able to do it with... whatever. Yeah, I get to see this, though.
Our decision is final.
Master Ancesis, please. He has the will to fight.
And I admire it. But it is not only his life we would risk. The ships are leaving. There is no time. I suggest you both join us.
The last plea.
I know your moves.
You will yield. On your signal.
Not a chance.
Distract him!
Hey, we're in
I will
phase
strike
2.
from the shadows.
Yeah, his bodes break so much more easily. Okay, now we cutscene. Warp and tackle him to the next level.
Let's do this.
should be at about the point. Okay, past the halfway point, which we should. I should have done one more parry. Wouldn't have done. Now it's Kata. She was doing the Terran Malicos where she was like merging him into the floor, but this time she's merging his lightsaber arm into the wall. The force breaks out, but that causes a collapse that endangers Kata. Marin rescues Kata. Alright, I don't have a choice here. Only because you hit BD. Interrupted. That's a really...
Help BD.
He can be broken, but he can't be interrupted. That's nuts. He's like super armor. Got his legs open.
Don't put this on your daughter.
Bode, we know what it's like to grow up alone.
Please, listen to them, Papa!
All right. And when the Empire comes, will you be able to protect my little girl? I'm sorry, Kata. I tried.
You screwed up so much, Bode.
No, Papa!
Stay back!
Yeah. His blaster was not working, Cal. Intergalactic Geographic. Bode Akuna. Bode has come too far to falter at the last moment. Among the ancient stones of Tanalor, he will fight with a former Jedi's power to defend his daughter, with nothing off limits in his desperate attempt to keep Kata safe. Kata's on board the Mantis. The textures are taking their time loading in.
How are you feeling?
Better. Thanks.
Good. We should speak. I was not much older than you when I lost my family. For many years, I carried this pain.
I thought it was like cutting out at an odd place.
I did not want to feel better.
Why?
I thought if I let go of the pain, I would be letting go of the people I loved. But I was wrong. And one day,
Like an orangey red.
I met someone who also lost his family. Together, we found another way to survive. This pain is yours. It is part of you.
When my mother died, it changed Papa. And me too, I guess.
We gotta take care of this kid.
Yes.
Grease, Marin, and Cal
But it
are
doesn't have
adopting
to
this kid.
define you. And you must not let it consume you.
Man, this is nuts. Oh, is that Seer and Eno and Bode? There's another one. Eno back there, that's Seer in the first one. Her doll kind of reminds me of I think it was named like Mookie or something from the Bad Batch, the toy that Wrecker gave to Omega. She's gonna hold hands with Marin. Go. Oh, okay. I thought the game was glitching out. They're all just taking their time, but it's all moving around Cal. That was a weird transition, but I like it now. I like how Cal's the only one still moving at the solid pace. The sun rises on Tanalor. And Cal gave into the darkness, even just for a moment.
You saved my life on Bracca. You let me walk my own path when I needed to. You taught me what it truly means to be a Jedi. Now you're gone. We will continue your legacy, Seer. We will build something that can outlast the Empire. I promise you that. I promise.
Poncho does not work with the shirt. The shirt is clipping
I'm
the poncho.
scared.
This angle.
I almost lost myself. I don't know if I'm ready. I don't know if I'm ready for what comes next.
Moving on.
Cal, guide her through the darkness.
Oh, it was so cool. She wasn't in the blue, so it wasn't like a Force Ghost. Star Wars Jedi Survivor. I'm just gonna say, awesome game. Awesome game. I really liked that. Alright, I'm just gonna do a quick talk while this is playing a little bit. Really good. Phenomenal story. Obviously, there were technical issues with the game. They just released the second patch today. I don't even think I downloaded the second quality of life improvement patch, or like the fixing a lot of the issues. A place you could call home. Post credit. We're going to talk about that after.
Well, not exactly
Jedi
what
Survivor.
we expected. But this place is our home now.
Yeah, Grease. Yeah, I guess it is. Still got a lot of work ahead of us.
It will take time to contact the hidden path.
And find the anchorites.
And build a saloon. I mean, the place is creepy, but it does have franchise potential.
This belongs with you.
That's the compass.
It belongs with all of us.
Got the poncho.
What do you think, kid? Should we give it a shot?
Yeah. Let's do it.
Ah, that's the spirit. Oh, that's great. Come on. I'll bet you're hungry. I'll make you something to eat. Did you ever have a scaz stick?
awesome. So we are going to bring the hidden path here. This is going to be a home for people away from the Empire. Journey complete. However, the galaxy can be freely explored. There are many secrets left to discover. New Journey Plus is now available. All stances and cosmetics can be unlocked, along with some new perks and lightsaber colors, including, I believe, a red lightsaber. Any skill points will also carry over. New Journey Plus free perks. Purity grants an increase in weapon damage for both friends and foes. Warrior replaces standard enemies with new, more difficult combat encounters. Trendsetter randomizes your cosmetics on death. Alright. Alright, well, there's one thing I want to check out first. The audience chamber has one more data bank, and so does out here, apparently. Let's just do like a once around out here. This is one more data bank, so I mean something for BD to scan, or a force echo.
What'd you find?
A High Republic droid. Now obsolete, the droid fell during the battle with the Nihil invaders of Tanalor. Fast travel to the atrium. Oh, this was a satisfying session. I will. There we go.
Ghost star, wonder where you are. Ghost star, are you very far? All night long, I will sing your song. If you watch over me.
Bode.
Ghost star, hiding in the night. All your friends oh so bright.
You're just kind of sinking into the
I can sense you're near, looking down on me. Ghost star, silent in the sky.
This is kind of sad.
Now I start to wonder why. Show me your light.
We murdered her dad.
Ghost star,
And he lost his mind.
with me.
The daughter he sang to Kata. He lost his damn mind. He was... You wanted her to live in a dark temple in complete isolation.
Let's check it out.
The Jedi Order Edict. Jedi stand ever ready, watching over the galaxy. Alright, so as a game, I loved it. Obviously, it had issues. For me, I had 4 crashes. And one area that where the game just, like, would not compute. I fell through the map, and I did that twice, but the second time was me trying to see if I could recreate it. The music, you know, I don't know where I'm going to start. Let's start with the big obvious strong point of this game. The story, the characters, the dialogue. The story was phenomenal. The story was very well told. For what it was, a story of obsession and fighting back against the corruptive influence of obsession, mirroring Bode's obsession of betraying us, Dagongira's obsession with Tanalor, and Cal's obsession with fighting the Empire. All those 3 obsessions kind of collided, and it led 2 of them to their death. So I thought the overarching theme, that theme of not just being a survivor, but actually living, was awesome. Excellently told. A lot of that took place on Jeddah through Seer and Merrin, which I really appreciated. It was cool to see that. Let's do characters. Obviously, Cal's story here was huge, right? Alone, losing his crew at the beginning. I still wish we got to see a little more with the crew. If we got to spend a little more time with them, I think I would have bonded with them a little more. Meeting Grease along with Bode. Again, I also think if we got a little more time with Bode in the beginning, he was cool on Coruscant. I think if we got to spend a little more time with him, like on the Mantis, and there was a few more cutscenes with him in the beginning, I would have really appreciated that. His battle, Cal's battle with Ravis, with Dagongira, everything that happened on Jeddah to Cal. I really appreciated his progression in his relationship with Merrin. I think Cal was excellent during this. BD's great. BD's still a top character. Bode. Like, I liked Bode, but he always felt a little off to me. I feel like if they made him, they did very well with him. The actor was great. Voice actor was phenomenal. And he was an interesting, fun character. I always got this uneasy feeling about him, though, and so I kind of predicted the betrayal. I saw it coming. I was hoping I was wrong, but I still saw it coming. Grease, I loved his story of him feeling isolated from Seer and Cal, and him being so excited, but him losing his confidence because of everything that happened in Battle Scars and the first game, and them separating. But he was great, and him in this getting his confidence back, just like, I can do this, I can do this. Merrin was great. Merrin didn't really have a lot of growth during this. She's done her growing off screen. She has grown, and she has become comfortable in herself and her expression. I wish we got to see a little more of that, but she's become more expressive, and her relationship with Cal, I really liked that. Seer and Eno Cordova. I'm going to talk about these two as a pair. I was shooketh to see Eno Cordova. I did not expect us to see him in this game. His loss hurt a lot, and when Bode shot him, I was genuinely pissed. He had some just phenomenal moments, beautiful lines in the first game. He was great. Now, Seer. Seer was phenomenal in this game. I felt in the first game she was the weakest of the quintet. Sorry, BD1. In this game, she was phenomenal. The actress killed it. Her becoming this she truly embodied the Jedi pursuit of knowledge and peace in this, I feel, and found her center, which she deserved after losing Trilla, after betraying Trilla and losing Trilla and falling to the dark side and returning. All of that story. I loved her story with the Anchorites. Her fight with Vader was probably the longest, hardest fight I had in this game. The biggest struggle I had. Was the most hype moment in the game, by a mile. Boba Fett was a close second. I freaked out when Boba came on. I did not freak out as much as when Vader came on. When Vader came on, I freaked. And Seer's fight with him was amazing. Incredible. And her story and her agreeing to join right before her death, that hurt. I think we're going to get to see her again in whatever this third game is, whatever iteration the third game is. I think we'll see her maybe in like flashbacks, maybe as like a Force ghost. I don't know if she obviously didn't follow the gray path like Obi-Wan and Qui-Gon and Yoda eventually learned that technique, but Centauri Kree, I'll talk about Centauri when I talk about Dagan Gera. Centauri was not a character in my mind, she was a plot. We did not really get to see enough of Centauri. I kind of wish they built out her relationship with Dagan a little more. Maybe they had romantic chemistry. We knew they were amazing and like the best of friends, and she kept him alive even though he betrayed the Order and killed people. I kind of wanted to know why a little more. I kind of would have liked that. Z was great. It was so much fun seeing a High Republic droid, and Z was very fun. Z was a really nice character. I really liked her. Dagan Gera as a villain was incredibly interesting. Seeing a High Republic Jedi getting his views on the collapse of the Jedi Order, but he also kind of hated the Jedi Order anyway, was an interesting take. I wish we got to explore more of that. Like, we saw it through the lens of his obsession, which was the major theme of the game. But like that destructive impulse and that destructive obsession, his fights were a lot of fun. Him regrowing his arm with the Force and using mostly illusions as in his final battle, which was really cool. A cool take on the Force. The way I took that final battle with Dagan Gera was most of that did not happen. Like, we were not fighting on the ceiling. There were not multiple of him. That was all illusions and confusions, which is a really cool way to use the Force. But he was a fun character. I think arguably the better villain of the two was Rayvis. Of the three villains in the game, he's probably the one I wanted to know more of. Bode, Dagan, and Rayvis. I wanted to know more about Rayvis. Fighting a Gendai, seeing a Gendai, I kind of wish we got to see more of like him regrowing limbs. When we entered his second phase and you saw like the tendrils bursting out of his armor, that was really cool, and I wish we got to see more of that. Because that was like the most intimidating dirge in the old Clone Wars animated miniseries. That was the most intimidating Gendai we've ever seen. And getting to know a little bit more about Gendai culture, about like, oh, he wants to die with honor, and the Jedi Order denied him that and imprisoned him, and the fall of the Jedi Order let him escape, and he founded these raiders to free Dagan Gera after all these years. That means he was in prison for over like 100 years, almost 200 years by the Jedi Order, who would not give him the death in combat that he so sought. Which is why he respected Dagan Gera's strength. I love characters like that. We didn't really get to see any Jar Tapal. It was just cool knowing that him and Trilla were mentioned. I did not expect. I feel like Saw Gerrera falls under the same thing as Jaro Trilla. It's cool that we continue to work for Saw Gerrera. I like that they show him here, even though we did not really do anything with him. Tata, we didn't really get until Act 3 of this, but she's a cute kid. As far as kids in these things go, I think she's well done. I think she's just a nice, endearing child. I hope we get to see more of her in the next game as she ages up. The senator from the beginning, Senator Daho Sejan, was really cool, really interesting. It was really cool to see the senator of Utapau, because I think the last time we saw a representative of Utapau, aside from the Grand Inquisitor, was in episode 3, when Obi-Wan goes to Utapau and is talking, and they're like, oh, can you let us in? We're looking for this guy. And he's like, that guy's not here. And he whispers to Obi-Wan, that guy is totally here. It's a trap. Please help us. And Sejan had some really interesting ideas like, hey, we are under the boot of the Empire. Everyone is under the boot of the Empire. I am doing what I am doing. What I'm doing is bad. A lot of what I'm doing is for my people. I thought that was cool. I'm going to wait on the 2 legacy characters. Lank Denvik, I wish we got to see a little more of him and Bode. I feel like it was interesting what they set up with him. That he was a former Republic officer who helped the Jedi. He fought alongside the Jedi. And he had this intelligence background where he was like helping Jedi spy during the Clone Wars. That's fascinating. And then he went all in with the Empire, became corrupt over the past 10 years, and he was the one that Bode went to. That's cool. And he did work for Bode did work for him, and he agreed to keep Bode hidden. That's cool. I wish we got to see a little more of that. I'm gonna wait on the 2 legacy characters. I'm gonna talk about these 4 together. Bravo, Gabs, and the twins. I liked them. I wish we got to see a little more of them. If we got to see a little more of them, and they're all wearing the Coruscant armor, I feel like their deaths would have hit us a little harder. I get we would get doing in media res. We were doing in the middle of the action. And the suddenness of their deaths was cool. I feel like they had very fun personalities. I feel like Gabs had the most distinct personality. All their deaths were pretty telegraphed. I didn't even see the death of the second twin, to be honest. They kind of died. As the first one we saw Gab's death, we saw Bravo exploding. But I liked Bravo and Gabs, and I liked the idea of the twins. You know what? I'll talk about them now. Anakin, my guy. Cool. Very cool. That fight was brutal. I am very excited to do that fight again in my spare time, in my new Game Plus run. The cutscene was so phenomenal, and his fight with Seer, and knowing Seer got the better of him. He pulled through in the end, but Seer got the better of him. And that's huge. Seer redeemed herself for him just casually tossing her over the edge of the pit in the first game. When we were doing the running away from him segment. Seer beat the crap out of him in canon. And he pulled through, and he limped away half on fire. That is fire. That is awesome. That is so cool. And I did not expect to see him. I thought maybe we might see like images of him the same way we did with Saw, the Ninth Sister, Jaro Tapal. I did not expect to see him, and let alone fight him in this game. That was mind-blowing. That was an awesome reveal. That is how you do good in the game. That's phenomenal. I also very much did not expect to see Boba Fett. At the end of that Cage storyline, Cage's betrayal, I did not see that coming. I really liked it. Getting to see Boba... Oh, hey, bud, how you doing tonight? Getting to see Boba was awesome. Even if we didn't fight him, and I'm fine with that. I definitely don't want to fight Boba Fett. Although I could see it being in the third one. This game's phenomenal. Yeah, absolutely. That was awesome. Just getting to see Boba. Because this is when he was doing his best. I'm doing great. I just beat the game, so I am phenomenal. I'm just giving my thoughts. Thinking back, trying to... I only have 1 out of 2 for Monk. Monk's story is not done. That's interesting. Monk's story is... and Winnie and Zig. And Moran. A lot of these stories aren't done. Alright, I'm just gonna power through. Doma Dendra, really cool matriarch character. Really fun. Really good energy. Monk, excellent bartender character. Very fun. Very friendly. Scuba Steve, a little long-winded. The Scuba Steve subquest... Scuba Steve... Scuba Stev. Sorry. I feel like it has to be a Scuba Steve reference. I've said it multiple times now. A little long-winded, but entertaining nonetheless. Turgle was great. Turgle was one of the best new characters. More Turgle, please. Mosey was good. She gave us a lot of our quests a little late, but I liked Mosey as a character. Sister Task is cool. Kind of bland. Cage was fun. Cage's betrayal was annoying. She wasn't that hard of a boss, though, and her setup for, oh yeah, I'm gonna help you take out these bounty hunters so I can claim your bounty was a fun little reveal, and it led to Boba Fett, which is dope. I really like Zig and Winnie. They're cute characters. Oh, they have their own little couple thing. So Zig, Winnie and Zig. A droid, like a practical repairman and a interior designer. So the practical and the aesthetic, it's a fun blend. It's odd couple. It's opposites attract. I like it. I did not expect to like this guy as much as I did Moran. His story of being like a former corrupt bureaucrat in the Republic turned smuggler on the run from the Empire because he knew his time was up, and he's kind of just has no goal in life and has become listless, and I think he's a really interesting character. I hope we get to see more of him, and we are, because he has at least one more story event. Toa. It's cool knowing that Toa is going to lead some kind of historian scholar revolution. That's cool. Har is nothing to me. He was a character that showed up at the end and didn't really have an impact. Ash and DDEC. No real impact. They were just cool setting, and I like that's how that they affect the music. It's a neat little story, and having a DJ droid is fun. Two Locked was cool. Just a cool little take on Force visions and future sight within this world and using wisdom, and it's an interesting idea. Dana and Grok never really did anything for me. I'm sad Grok's dead. Dana doesn't seem to care. Bima Thule and where's Thule's partner? It was Thule and I wrote Thule and Bima. I thought they were two people. No? Is his name is Bima Thule? Oh, Bima and Thule. There you go. Yeah, the Holotactics people. They're fine. Peely was cute. I liked Peely. Gulu and Guido are funny. I liked Tina. Friggin' Sunt was the worst design of the game. He's just look at that. Look at that. It's a face only a mother could kill. I hate him. And seeing how crazy he became and getting to kill him right away, good. I like that. Bode's story 7%. Nova Garen 73%. There's more post-game exploration I can do. Kobo 99%. I'm betting Bode's story is going to be on Kobo. So that's it for characters. Very interesting characters. Really liked them. Chorus, in terms of dialogue was phenomenal in this game. Dialogue was great. The writing team for both these games has been so strong. The dialogue was so much fun. In terms of writing, that's all I really gotta say. I talked about the themes, I talked about the story, the individual character dialogue, including the background dialogue of every droid and stormtrooper, is hysterical. Coruscant was a beautiful world, getting to see the Coruscant underbelly, and even seeing the Jedi Temple in passing that has now become the Emperor's Palace was really neat. The Shattered Moon was a cool little setting. Seeing the lab, it was more of a trial and a challenge than a big open. It was the most linear of the worlds, I think, but I liked it. Jeddah was beautiful. Getting to see Jeddah before its destruction in the Rogue One movie was really cool. The desert setting, the anchorites, the ancient temples, made for a very beautiful setting. Nova Garen, a hidden Imperial base inside of a crystalline asteroid. Really, really cool setting. Really cool idea. And Tanalor is this beautiful myth. The obvious thing is that we spent 98% of the game on was Kobo. Huge. Truly, truly massive. Really fun world to explore. Really good, varied settings.
Time to see if that compass is still working.
Why wouldn't it be?
With my luck.
It is a mechanical object. You have no control over it.
Fair enough.
Where we spent 80% of the game, the Kobo Raiders were really cool.
Ready when you are.
Insane.
I just hope that compass still works.
That's what I said. Thank you. Child, you sitting up front? Kata. Kata kata. There you are.
Let's see what's out there.
I hope that compass works.
It will.
Oh, look at you. So hopeful.
Sitting in her father's seat.
Something.
Quit while you're behind, Grease.
How you doing back there, kid?
Fine, thanks.
Alright, while this loads, I've completed my final fight, so I no longer need the great and noble Poncho. Here we go. Take it easy with a nice vest.
We're here, Cal. Park it.
BD. Exploring like the remains of a Lucre Hulk was really dope. That was really cool, tying in more Separatist lore. And it let them do one of the best things, bringing back the...
How did you and Mary meet?
Visited her home planet when I was looking for something.
She likes you.
She didn't at first.
I think people are scared of her.
She threw a zombie army
No.
at me.
I like her.
Oh, we finally have a crew member that's shorter than Grease.
I don't think you did all that bad a job looking after the Mantis.
You mean that?
Apart from flying her into a Coruscant dogfight and past half the Imperial fleet. Oh, and then crashing her into an Outer Rim rock. You did okay.
You're never gonna let me forget that, are you?
Not in 1,000 Latero sunsets. No, not in 2,000.
Alright, it says the one thing I want to try.
BD, are you doing okay? I am sorry for your loss. Master Cordova was a good man.
If Bode's story is not done, I feel like part of it is going to be here, in his quarters. I feel like the strongest thing about Kobo, and including the Lucre Hulk and that whole separatist thing, was getting to do the droids. I love me some B1 battle droid dialogue. They are the goofiest, funniest things. The B2s, the BXs, all very cool.
Sent you the location of Sir Junda's hideout.
Deals change. Besides, I don't want you distracted. Call it a contingency plan. I'm sure you understand.
You bastard.
Temper, temper. When you deliver Sir Junda to me, I will tell you which Inquisitor killed your wife.
If you don't, I'll kill you myself.
Deals change. Hey, pray the deal doesn't change again. Pray I don't alter it further. Main databank. There's still a bunch on Nova Garrick, but... And that's good.
I suspect an intruder. You are revealed, Jedi.
You want to protect me.
Drop us. You will not
Getting them to kill each other is good. Here's more Bode.
They're after you.
Good, getting Pretty Boy on my side is super.
I need an update.
We'll fight together.
Good job, buddy.
What's he doing?
You were scared of me.
Rampage. As he chases Bode.
Defend me.
Ready your men.
You will never escape. Your skill is inadequate.
There we go. See? This is what I was
Please don't kill me.
Why not? You failed.
Bode set up the ISB.
Irrelevant. In the wake of Novigaran's bruising at the hands of Cal, Purge Troopers dispatched to assess the situation and reprimand its garrison. We're at 86%. We're doing pretty well, I think.
Help me out. You want to protect me. I'm your ally.
Try dodging that. Can't move.
Alrighty. Yeah. One last thing, music and sound was a lot of fun. The music in this game, the music in Star Wars has always been phenomenal, obviously. But like the sound design in this game has been top tier. The music has been great. Obviously the last big one is gameplay, which was pretty cool. I feel like the slaughter. Cal rampaged through the base and slaughtered them. Let's go up here. This one's... But I activated this. Yeah. The different styles were a lot of fun. Obviously, I found a style that suited me very early on. I love the double-bladed style. Or the dual-wielding, not the double-bladed. The double-bladed was... I didn't really care for in the first one or this one. I get it's better for taking out groups, but... Well, whatever.
Stim here, BD.
The single blade was a lot of fun for like basic figuring everything out. It was a good, solid, basic style. Crossguard, I never really got into the crossguard, which I know is not ideal, but I just didn't care for it.
I can take it myself. Keep your eyes on him. I think I'm done. If he gets away, Command will kill us. Be faster. This one's mine. Watch your parry. It'll help. Quicker than I thought.
I did not get into that style of this super slow crossguard. Blaster was a little better getting some ranged attacks was decent. Stuff to scan down there. That is good.
Unauthorized entity detected. Investigating.
The other big aspect of the game, aside from combat, is the exploration. The exploration is top tier. Top tier. Giving BD's new abilities like the Kobo Matter Spray was just a fun little puzzle. The same with the Electro Dart. Like, I want to try something with the Electro Dart. I haven't really done anything like this, but now you can hack from afar. That's really cool.
Any survivors? And the Jedi? No sign of them.
First trooper search the base following the takeover. Now Nova Garen's at 100%.
Identify yourself. An enemy approaches.
That was fine. Ordered.
Still resisting.
Defend me.
There you go. There you go, guys. Two Dark Troopers and a security droid beating up Purge Troopers. Oh, that's satisfying. Okay. Good job, guys. The question is... you know what I should check? If there's any more of Bode's story here on Novangara. Okay, so... data bank. Bode story 14 secret echoes. Hey, what is all right. There are 14 secret echoes that tell me Bode's story. Koba, Jedi. Nova Garen. Alright, ready? So let's check. How many do I have? Okay, let's see. Alright, there should be one in Denvek's office. And the fastest way there would be this way. And I just healed and brought back every enemy that I had defeated. Oh, whoops, that's my bad. Alright, there we go. This should take me to Daganger's, or no, the office.
It's been a long time since our days serving the Republic. I thought you were dead.
What can I say? You taught me well.
Maybe too well. What can I do for you before I call the guards?
Nothing for me. But I've got a daughter now. And if you can keep her safe, the question is, what can I do for you?
Deals. After fleeing Beer with his daughter, Bud made a deal with his former handler, Denvik. Alright, we'll just run our way back through here. We'll just full sprint.
We're protecting the galaxy here. Act like it. I see you! Fire! I'm unsure if this is working. I'll get you!
Help! Let's fight together.
Heal. Fast travel to the Mantis. So there was one more on Tanalor that I missed.
Ready to go.
Now I feel like a fool. But I want to get all of Bode's story.
So next, maybe...
And I want to end on Kobo. So I feel like that's appropriate, because that's where we spent the vast majority of this game.
Yes.
Do you like to dance?
When I was your age, I would dance with my sisters. Long into the night.
Will you teach me?
Of course, Kata.
That's a cute kid. Kid characters can sometimes be annoying. She seems pretty cute. I like her. So far. There's always time to screw it up. You know what else I gotta do? Ugh, it's babyface. Shave a little bit. Reduce the beard. There you go.
You think hyperspace whiplash is a joke? Sit down before we drop in.
Right outside the temple. Outside the temple. I explored inside. That makes me a fool. I'll admit, all the planets are nice and distinct and very pretty, which I like.
I tell you, this place is really something.
Worth a 1 in a million shot through a stellar anomaly?
No, absolutely not. In fact, let's never ever do that again.
I have seen many places in my travels, but nothing quite like this.
Yeah. It's unbelievable.
Yet there is a darkness here. You feel it too, yes?
I do. Everywhere. There's light too.
The place in balance.
I will be ready, Cal.
This is home now?
I hope. We're gonna need a few things to make it feel that way.
Will there be more people?
Oh yeah.
Eventually. This place is safe from the Empire. And we need to protect them.
I understand.
God is a good kid, see? Alright. And it always feels satisfying to platinum a game. I liked the achievements in this game. Some of them were a little silly. Overall, it was a good blend of silly to good challenge. Now, was it worth going crazy over Dagangera? It's a nice place. I don't know if it was worth losing your damn marbles. And yeah. But I feel like a strong thing that this game did was the tavern system. Having a home base to keep going back to and seeing characters we meet along the way show up in the tavern to show our progress in affecting the area around us. And slowly seeing the tavern get nicer and nicer as we do. That was good. And if you truly have a place that's safe from the Empire,
show me your light. I've waited all night. Ghost star, won't you sing with me?
Show me your light. I've waited all night. Oh, Tyler.
Oh, I'm guessing it was his wife.
Won't you sing with me?
Tayala. Dedicated to the final line to his wife, Tayala. I mean, like, hey, I was thinking, like, this temple's a little bit in shambles, but we have Merrin who can restore the ground and literally build bridges out of stone. Merrin and Cal can restore the temple and use it not necessarily as a Jedi temple, but as just, like, a base of operations.
I am staying here for now.
Later, Cal. I'm thinking of what to cook up for dinner.
Ready to move?
This is gonna be an easy one.
The Taros ain't built for the cold, you know. I didn't know Cordova that well, but I'll miss him all the same. Seemed like a nice guy.
He was very wise. But I will remember his kindness most of all.
I feel bad for BD. All that time apart, and now Cordova's gone.
Yeah.
It's all right, buddy.
Jedi.
All right, make like a rock and quit moving around my cabin.
In terms of enemies on Jeddah had a good balance. Some of them were, like, the Pseudobonds were a little annoying. The Scritons were cool. Having, like, blaster-resistant enemies is really interesting with the Scritons.
Wonder how many of those anchorites survived.
Seer trained them, so they gotta be tough. I'm sure some of them made it out.
I hope you're right.
Yeah.
You know, I never thought I'd say this, but it'd be nice to see one of them right about now.
Aska's in there.
We must find the remaining anchorites. We will need them to make Tanalor our own.
I'll take a look. When should we contact the path?
Once Tanalor is secure. And we will need more compasses.
Without Cordova, that'll take some time.
Then you'd better get started. It is cold out there. It is always cold out there.
I can't believe how blind I've been. I know how to turn him. It's so obvious. Poor bastard's in love.
Bode finally realizes Cal has feelings for Merrin and simultaneously realizes how he can use that against him. Yep. How he distracted me, and he's the one who pushed me and Merrin together, or pushed me to go be with Merrin.
If you're doing this, you do it now. No hesitation.
This is a secure channel. How did you...
Listen to me. I'm an Imperial agent who has located a terrorist cell on Jeddah. Don't trust your scanners. Just follow this locator beacon's coordinates. There are multiple Jedi at this location. Inform the Inquisitorius at once. If Lord Vader wants Seer Junda, he better hurry.
He specifically called Vader. Oh, that makes it worse. I thought maybe he just mentioned Seer and Vader came. No, he specifically sent Vader.
You've arrived.
Like, hey, Sister Task, do you want to come to Tanalor? All right. There's one on Coruscant, and the rest of the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 are on Hobo. The rest of Bode's story.
Let's plot a course.
Were there any other unique things on Jeddah?
You're picking dinner tonight, whatever you want.
Really?
I guess you could say that the Vader, obviously, the Vader fight.
My Jito casserole.
I can't make that.
Blue puff cubes?
Okay, you know what? We're having the usual. Greasy grease loaf.
If I don't like it, can we make something else?
Sure, but I bet the man is you're gonna love it.
Merritt, you heard him, right?
Oh, yes.
Cute. I think this will help. Let's see. You know, actually, let's just quickly break this down. Droids. The roller mines was a cute little gimmick. I hated these things. I hate these things so much. These little scavenger droids, chasing after them was a pain. Flora and fauna. Baracos were fine. Kind of annoying in the beginning, but once you got their patterns. Same with Gorgers. I like that their whole strategy is swarming. The Vile Bioma was a cool little boss. Same with the Matriarch. Same with the Mire Terror. This damn thing with its one-shot kill, it makes sense. The Rancor are meant to be feared. They are meant to be terrifying. It was a pain, and I had to fight it like 8 times on stream. Biomaws were cool. Rockas were just kind of annoying with their charge attack. Screw this thing. Worst boss in the game. Its tongue had this wonky hitbox. It could not be stun locked no matter. The Rancor could be stun locked. Ogdo, little baby Ogdo? No. Screw this thing. Bad design. Legitimately not good design. Almost had as much trouble with him as I did with Vader. And that's saying something. Bramlek. Whatever. Kind of annoying, but whatever. Mogus were cool. And being able to, disarm them by cutting off their limbs was a really cool thing. Whatever. I like the little exploding feature that they had. The Scritons I've talked about. Pseudobons were annoying. The Haxian Brood were tough. They were interesting enemies. Cool that they required a little more strategy, which is I like why they're more prominent later in the game. They require a little more strategy to take on. She was cool, a cool character Cage, but wasn't the best fight. I like that she changed her outfit for it too. The Raiders, like I said, B1 battle droids are the best. The best foot soldiers. I love B1s. B2s are okay, the super battle droids. But the personality of the B1s is what stands out. The X's are cool, the Commandos. It gives them all their nicknames. These were just the B1s, but super battle droid. It doesn't call them Commandos, which is kind of what they were, right? I liked the variety of them. We talked about Dagan Gera when we talked about his character. The Droideka, the destroyer droids. Really cool to see them. I've always loved the design of the roll up, the roll out. It was very I didn't really play it because I was a little too old. Bakugan. It was very Bakugan. Special one. Fighting Magna Guards. I did not expect Magna Guards. If you said there were going to be droids, I would have said B1, B2, Droideka. I didn't expect BX. I definitely did not expect Magna Guard. They are so cool. And having Magna Guards serving a Gendai, really dope. These were cool, tough mini bosses, which I liked. Oh, that was a special Magna Guard. I talked about Ravis. The grappling move that these ones had was annoying, but aside from that, they were solid enemies, and these things were just pain. And lastly is the Imperials. I like that you start with all of these unlocked. Solid enemies across the board. Security droids were a pain in the last game. They were a pain in this game, and that's fine. Same with these fellas. I think these are all old. I did not expect refighting the Ninth Sister, but it was really cool, and seeing a proper end to her story. Shield troopers were fun new enemies. I liked the lightsaber resistant shields that you could rip and throw. Cool. Jetpack troopers fun. They just died. Improved probe droids is a cool idea, and they helped me out. Seeing a DT, a Dark Trooper series sentry, was awesome. Really cool. The enforcers were fun. ISB, they were tissue paper. Talked about Darth Vader. Yeah, so that's all the enemies that we talked about. There's a lot of really solid. Why is this still not loaded? There we
Hyperspace
go.
whiplash is a joke? Sit down before we drop in.
Like, really good variety in the game. Wait a second. It should be right over here. I gotta have words with Saw Gerrera. Saw Gerrera
My
was
magic
the
has
one
kept us safe for now. They will not detect us here.
I gotta say, Cal, I don't feel good about docking the Mantis here.
I understand. But you've got Marin to protect you.
Oh, that's comforting.
If any patrols come, take off.
What, and leave you here?
I can handle myself. We got someone else to protect now.
All these people,
Oh, we've heard
oblivious
this
to the
line.
war we're fighting.
Hold that thought.
I've never seen a city this big.
The city's the entire planet.
Here, but it's dangerous.
They're hunting you, aren't they?
That's right.
You'll be okay.
So will you.
We're not going far. We're going right there, actually. I gotta have words with Saw Gerrera, because Saw Gerrera signed Bode to be with me. Right?
Remember your training.
Which training?
This crew is led by a Jedi. You must be in top form. This isn't the first time the ISB has tried to infiltrate Saw Gerrera's organization.
I was always your best asset during the Clone Wars, and you know it.
Bode reports into Denvik prior to his first operation. You got home late. Want to see? Oh, you had to see it? Yeah, we'll talk later. Have a good one. Thanks for stopping by. Our last and our final
let's pick
stop.
where we go next.
There's none on the Shattered Moon? I mean, I guess he really didn't do anything on the Shattered Moon.
We're Kobo bound.
I do kind of want to get to see
You're
Kata's
gonna
reaction
love
to Kobo.
What's it like?
Oh, lots of waterfalls.
Everything
Everything
grows
grows
there.
It's great.
Don't forget Pyloon Saloon. Grease is the owner.
Is there music?
Yes. And they love to take requests.
Okay. I hope they have Trandoshan funk. That's my favorite.
Kid, you are cool as hell. Yeah, you know, they got some Trando funk, whatever, it's all good. Be right back.
Eyes front, Cal. We're coming in.
Alright. Now we play through till the end. We're almost I feel like we've almost found every secret. The game is platinumed, every boss is beaten. I feel like if Bode's story was made available a little before the end.
What about us, Marin?
What about us, Cal?
I can't go back to the way things were with us.
Nor can I. But things are not so simple now, are they?
Were they ever simple?
Perhaps not. But we will figure it out. Together.
Good.
Keep your eyes out for the Empire.
Does he suspect you?
Not a chance. I wouldn't have survived the purge if I couldn't become someone else. Rest of the crew is gone. I know the kind of friend he needs right now.
You always excelled at the art of disguise.
Disguises. Bode reports into Denvik sharing an update on the fate of the heist crew. Denvik commends Bode for the success of the mission so far, which Bode credits his ability before the purge. So it's highly possible he's the reason we were found by the Ninth Sister.
Bode, it's so good to hear from you. I feared you might have slipped your leash permanently. What is your current location?
Outer Rim, Koba. But keep your people out of here for now. Understand? We're headed off planet to meet her.
Impressive. And where is she, exactly?
Wouldn't you like to know? Call it a contingency plan. You harm a hair on Kata's head, and I'll make sure Sir Junda stays hidden forever.
Bode reports to Denvik after locating Sir Junda. He keeps the location a secret, however, as a contingency plan. Here we go.
Fine piece of gear. Zig could knock this dent out if you'd like.
Oh, no thanks. Helps me remember how I got it.
And how's that?
Bounty hunter. Made the mistake of pulling a blaster on my little girl.
Bode talks to Dom about how he obtained his jetpack. A typically blood-soaked affair that worked out well for Bode.
Slade and Morocco. That's expert hunting, my friend.
Thank you, my guy.
I need to focus.
Okay. So hypothetically, should be the right area for the next of Bode's things. This is where we got separated.
Haven't felt this good in years. Gotta find Cal. Hope he's alright. Well, look what you've done, you dumb bastard. You fell for it. Focus. This is for
Oh, he started caring.
She always comes first.
As they fight through the Lucre Hulk, Bode realizes he has feelings for Cal. His feelings for Cal are now more than an act, a revelation that is fleetingly joyous and crushingly frustrating. This is where we fought Dagon Gera. Maybe we'll learn what he actually saw while we were fighting Dagon.
Good balance for such an old saber. Like I never stopped training.
Oh!
I'll take it with me. Who knows what'll happen on Jedi?
That wasn't his saber, that was...
One more chance.
That was Dagon's saber, of course. Bo decided to take the saber as he struggles with the upcoming dark decision he must make. I'm like, why did he have a red lightsaber? I was so... Obviously. Duh. He stole Dagon Gera's lightsaber. Alright, there should be one more left inside Pyloons, so let me close that. And this is where we're gonna do it. Now, if we can get like a lot of these prospectors to up and move. Like, I don't know if Gulu or Gidu are gonna move. I don't know if Doma would move. Hopefully the Jawas would come. Always good to have Jawas. You know. Little scrappers. If we could find and recruit Tina. Let's check in with...
Huh? This whole Empire occupation is really getting my mucus in a knot.
I thought everything got your mucus in a knot.
This is no time for jokes, Cal. Somebody should, I don't know, start a town collective.
Mass mobilization, but underground so the Empire never notices.
We could disrupt communication, sabotage their supply lines.
Be a shining symbol of defiance for the rest of the galaxy.
That sounds incredible.
You bet it is. All we need is a name. The Good Guys Gang.
Not inspiring. The Empire Stoppers.
Too on the nose. We'll never think of a name.
Shut it down.
What?
They almost formed a rebellion.
You checked out those caverns?
We did.
So was I right or was I right?
You don't know the half of it. But yeah, you should steer clear.
And I intend to.
That was the... She's the one who put me on the path of the Rancor cavern and the 3 criminals who were there.
Oh, I can't believe Grok's gone. Did you know him, Cal?
Not very well. Did you?
I did. Our relationship was a fair bit contentious. Fool was always trying to sweet-talk me. He was incorrigible, but Well, now that he's gone, I guess I miss him coming in. I never told him.
I know the feeling.
That right?
Yeah.
What a galaxy.
Hey, I got a lot of courage. Remember that time I fixed your roof in the rain?
That's because you broke that roof. Meanwhile, I once took out a shiverpede with my bare hands.
What hands?
Hey, it was already dead, and you don't even have hands. You just kicked it out the door. Unlike me, I once came face to face with a Mandalorian, and I told her to bugger off.
You did? Really?
Well, I thought about it. I didn't actually say or do anything, but I had a plan in my head, and that's more than anyone in this outpost could say.
Well, of course they couldn't. To have a plan
Ooh,
in
what
their
if we
head
could see
means to have
Mandalore
something in
under
their head.
Imperial occupation?
Don't.
Get Giancarlo Esposito to reprise his role? Because we know he was there for the occupation. He had the Darksaber. Oh, hey!
Star, wonder where you are. Go, star.
How's Kata doing?
To be honest, I'm not sure the kid's been around plants, but she does like to prune leaves. And there are always leaves to prune. Grace thought she might like it here.
That's cute.
Nice to
Where
get
would
some
she
fresh
be
air.
if I'd never
You know
recruited
she needs
Peely?
Of course, Cal.
Beatty, what's going on?
If you feel like doing some weeding, we could use that too.
Maybe BD's up for it.
That damn Imperial ship. Sometimes I think I should have remained on Jeddah.
The Empire's there, too.
Oh my god, what?
It's the shade, Cal. Of course, flora can grow in shade. Yet to grow tall requires a constant
You
light
mentioned an
source.
Imperial ship. I'm
Any
like, oh yeah.
amateur horticulturalist knows that.
How'd you get interested in plants, anyway?
Oh, it's quite simple.
Sorry, hold that thought.
That damn Imperial ship. Sometimes I think I should have remained on Jeddah.
The Empire's there, too.
It's the shade, Cal. Of course, flora can
Look at
grow in shade. Yet to grow tall requires a constant light source. Any amateur horticulturalist knows that.
How'd you get
I
interested
want to go
in
Star
plants,
Killer and
anyway?
rip it out of the sky.
Oh, it's quite simple. I wanted children, but the galaxy had other plans. And I like to watch things grow. We can talk later.
There you are. What are you doing?
Peely is teaching me about her garden.
She's got a green thumb.
No, she doesn't.
It means she's good with plants.
Oh, okay. I like pruning best.
Plants can't grow unless you prune a few leaves here and there.
So she taught you too? Grease is going to teach me how to cook.
I hope you're a better chef than I am.
Why? Aren't you good?
I never put the time into it.
Your parents didn't teach you?
I didn't know them very well.
Oh.
Taken by the Jedi.
I think I understand.
All right. We have 2 or 3 more characters we need updates on. Let's get them.
Oh, that Cabbage, he is one cute kid.
Yeah. You ever thought about having kids?
Me? With kids? No, no. I mean, well, yeah, okay. No, wait, what was the question?
I didn't think it was possible, but you're actually blushing.
Oh, no, I'm not. This isn't a normal color of my face. A very normal, typical color. I think the whole kid question is like gambling. If you're gonna bet big. But if you're not feeling it, there's no shame in walking away from the table.
That's actually good fatherly advice.
You think so? Hey.
Hey!
I was hoping to run into you.
What did I do this time?
Just want to say goodbye, that's all.
Where are you headed?
Well, not sure exactly. Just feeling restless.
Hey, if you want to stick
Time
around
to
a
move
little
on.
bit longer, I got a frontier that's never
Take
been
care,
explored.
Mosey.
You're a hell of a hunter, Cal. Hope to see you again. Later, BD.
My genius has paid off again!
What happened?
Well, I told an Imperial officer that I knew about a secret priorite deposit.
Do you know a secret priorite deposit?
No, but I figured he'd pay me first and I'd find one along the way. So me and Olympi walked the Kobo Plains for hours. We're walking, and walking, and walking, and walking.
Okay.
Impy's starting to get real mad. Suddenly, I spot something shiny in the distance. Old Impy runs ahead to find...
A priorite deposit?
Nope. A Rancor caught in the majestic Kobo sun. I hid behind a rock until the Rancor left. Want to know the best part?
He paid in advance.
The Imp had 5 credits on him. Score!
You got a man killed for 5 credits,
I'm
Turtle.
really busy, Cal. Maybe later.
Gotta be another way. Always an angle. Always. Lost a family. Looking for a new one. I can relate, Cal, but you gotta make a choice. The future.
Who's trying to find it in.
Can't have it all. Not in this galaxy. Yeah. Yeah, that could work.
Angles. Missing one? I didn't think so. Coruscant behind the Mantis. That was Double Agent. Disguises was Pyloon. Then was Leash, was the next one that we found. Stakes. Got it. Angles, we've got that. Saber. Blind. Vader. Deals change. Deals. Kayala. Ah, there was another one in the Lucre Hulk. Okay. Monk, Moran, Winnie, and Zig. You know what, then let's do this first.
You've got both my eyes and ears, Mosey. Honest.
You've seen all those stormtroopers around the Reach, yeah?
I sure have.
All right. It's only a matter of time before you run into him. And in situations like that, folks tend to panic and act a fool. Now, Doma and I have been talking and...
Say no more. With danger all about, what this place needs is a hero.
And that ain't you.
Agreed.
Good. Now, for whatever reason, Doma doesn't want to see you go belly up. So what I'm saying is, stay calm. And just try not to give him a reason to blast you. Consider it my birthday present.
You know what? I can go down to the basement. There's no music. That's what's missing. Alright. I'll fast travel to the Lucre Hulk. To the rafters.
Force is with me.
By the escape pods? Is that up there?
Okay, let's go.
Yep, there you go.
Z, looks like you got a loose cable. Power down real quick and I'll fix it.
What a gentleman. Very well.
Now let's see what's in your head, droid. Centauri must have learned something useful.
Headcanon. After saving Z from in the Lucre Hulk, Bo decides to check her databanks for useful information on Tanalor. But now we have everything about Bo's story. So he infiltrated Saw's group and was assigned to us, so he decided to befriend us, accidentally started befriending us, told the Empire about Kobo, which is why the Empire slowly started increasing its presence on Kobo. Found out about Seer Junda, but he kept the information to himself until the time was right. When we learned about Tanalor, he kept all that Tanalor information to himself. Stole the lightsaber from Dagon.
Come on in, grab a spot at the bar.
There's the music.
Hey, how you doing?
I'm okay. You?
Guess I'm fine too.
It's all right if you're not.
Hey, don't get mushy on me. Do I miss Grok? Well, sure I do. I mean, you know what hurts the worst? The old man was strong, sharp, grumpy enough to
Yeah, I
curdle clear
preferred him
water,
to
too.
you.
Beneath all of that, he actually believed that a couple of nobodies like us could strike it rich. Too many skeptics and cynics out there, Cal. You find a believer, you hold on tight.
I hear you.
Bum, 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 bum. You know what?
Hey, Monk.
You look tired. Take a load off. The weather report is cloudy with a 100% chance of Star Destroyer.
Can't believe the Empire sent one all the way out here.
Indeed. Pretty soon you'll be able to count Empire-free planets on one hand.
Hang in there, Monk. Reese and I are working on something you might be interested in.
He did mention something about a franchise opportunity. That Star Destroyer's not going anywhere. Maybe I should strike up a new beverage to mark the occasion.
What would you call it?
Till next time, pal.
But that didn't tell us anything really new about Monk.
Cal,
Sojourner.
the laughter is light. But my
Her time here is done.
grows short.
Any last words of wisdom?
The wind whispers paths of sand. A blotted sun. A shadowed hand.
Not even gonna try to guess what that means.
So you have learned.
It usually takes a while.
As you should. Farewell, Jedi.
Safe travels, Tulok.
You will find your path, Sojourner. Have patience.
You know what? I'm fine actually playing the Who.
You know, I came here for a change of pace. Now we got a Star Destroyer lurking overhead. I should just sample it for my new album. Turn all that aggression into something creative.
You sticking around Kobo with everything going on?
Oh, sure. Sounds like a few people might bow out, and I can't blame them. But I've got art to make. There's something special about Kobo. A heartbeat. It's faint, but there if you listen. That's what I'm after.
That's cool, Ash.
Keep on doing your thing.
Quite the selection. I'm thinking this one. All right, let's hear it.
Which one was that? Crazy weird. That was that one.
It's about that time. I have to catch the next hauler off-world if I'm gonna make the meeting.
Yep.
Guess this is goodbye, huh?
So Mosey's leaving.
But I wanted to say, when two radiogenic substances...
Tulok is leaving.
Brain box? I was trying to thank you.
Hey, it wasn't a dig.
Well, it sure sounded like... Oh, a dig. Because archaeology. Not bad, Cal.
I'd try.
Really hope to see you around someday, yeah?
You too. Stay safe, Tua.
Hey.
Let's wait on Moran. I want to check over here.
If you need a hand, we're an oasis in the sand. And if you die in a thirst, well, our drinks, they ain't the worst. And if you're running from a blaster, better run a little faster. Run to Pyloon Saloon.
And we hope to see you soon. Okay, it didn't really update anything.
Guess you were right about the Empire.
Talk to our buddy here.
I assume you're referring to the Star Destroyer blotting our sky.
Yeah. You leaving Kobo?
Oh, I don't know. I think I'll slum it here a while longer.
Why?
I mentioned Dreo, my old partner. Never told him I fled here. Poor fool probably doesn't know I'm alive.
Have you tried to contact him?
Can't bring myself to. There's enough shame to go around.
Don't wait, or you might miss your chance.
Yep.
Perhaps. Or perhaps I'll drown my sorrows a little while longer. Another time.
Alright. So Mosey's leaving, Tulok is leaving, Toa's leaving. Let's talk to these two fools.
Can you believe these Imperials strutting around like they own the bloody place?
That's what they do best.
And you know who to blame, don't you?
Who?
That blabbermouth, Tor, who first let it slip that this here rock is brimming with river-clear priorite. Put a target on our backs, it did. I bet those Imperials are using the priorite to construct some secret weapon. Or a palace.
Be nice, Beatty.
Priorite Palace.
All right, laugh it up. We'll see who's right.
Tell you what, that metal shark in the sky is giving me splinters from head to toe.
I'm no fan of Star Destroyers either.
Do they know that fishes need sunlight to grow ruddy and strong?
Not sure wildlife preservation is on the Empire's list of priorities.
Yeah.
Oh, I'll be on their list of priorities soon enough.
Easy, Scuba.
All right, all right. I'll let them off the hook for now.
Call me a loon, but I'm starting to think Turgle might have a hand in all this.
That's ridiculous.
That's the most crazy thing you said so far.
Fine, just a theory.
A game theory.
Hey, Cal, you got a sec? Great to see you.
What's going on?
See, we love Kobo
Yep.
and all, but I was never much good at goodbyes.
I'm afraid we must say our final farewells, Cal. We have bright hopes for our future.
Those can't happen on Kobo. Not anymore.
Where are you going?
Haven't decided yet. Figured it doesn't matter, as long as we're together.
Well said, Zeke.
I understand. You need to choose
Okay.
what's best for you.
We could really use an engineer and a designer. I'm just saying.
Take care, BD.
Cal. Farewell. Winnie and Zig have decided that with a growing Imperial presence, they must continue their relationship off-planet.
Not now, dear.
Alright, I'll talk to you in a sec.
Perhaps these might aid you. A strong choice, certainly. You're back! When the race failed, I feared the worst.
We made it. And I've got the compass.
Well done! Then it's all over, is it?
Or just the beginning. It's gonna take a lot to get Tanalor ready for the others. Wanna come with us?
I appreciate the offer, but this cantina really has become a home.
Glad to hear it, Z.
Mm-hmm. Data disks.
Think about it.
I really want.
Seeing Master Kree's dream through. Now don't watch it up.
I really care about Z. I want Z to come with us. That's one of the few that I really want to come.
So, how'd you learn metalwork?
Piece by piece. Just sort of happened.
Outstanding! Well, literally ace about.
All right.
You think Kato will be alright?
I do not know. But you and I both grew up without parents. How are we?
So far, so good, right?
Just so. We must remain watchful, yet give her space. In the end, she will determine who she becomes, not us. BD looks ready to head out.
Where's BD? BD? Oh, there's BD. He just teleported onto my shoulder. Explore the galaxy. It says... Oh, it might just be like I have to leave and re-enter. And slowly more and more until we finish all the potential conversations.
Nice to see you.
Move far enough away.
You know the best way to listen to Ash's music?
How?
Frozen in carbonite.
They're literally Waldorf and Statler. That's not even a joke anymore. I made the joke right away. It's not even a joke anymore. They are just literally mocking Muppets. Alright, so... Oh. For some reason, Moran's story and Monk's story are the two that need to finish.
Come on in, grab a spot at the bar.
Fine, I did it. Happy now?
Did what?
Sent a
You
call
reached out?
letting Dreo know I'm here. Probably won't reach him. And if it does, he certainly won't reply. I wouldn't. Besides, there's no chance he'd actually come here.
At least you tried.
At least I tried.
Amends. At Cal's suggestion, Moran sends a comm to Dreo for the first time since they split up. Maybe Moran's future is brighter than his past.
See you around, Cal.
You ever think about taking trips off-world, Turgle?
Maybe. But I'd keep my home base here, of course. But I imagine owning multiple luxury homes across the galaxy as my fame and fortune grow.
Of course.
I hear the lakes on Naboo are beautiful this time of year. And Diego's got 1,000 moons. 1,000! That's so many! Hiya.
Small crowd today.
Don't think they're coming back.
If the sound's alive, they'll come. They always do. Just
Ash
takes
is
them a
gone
little
and
while to
Tulok,
find their
or
way.
Toa's gone.
That's all. DD can't stop playing this set list. Great stuff, Cal.
Cage, Toa, Tulok, Mosey.
Cal, you've been holding out on me.
Depends. What are we talking about?
I heard there's a whole shipload of High Republic knickknacks just sitting around in those spires. You wouldn't believe the kind of credit some of these elite types will pay for that crap.
Terrain's pretty rough. Not ideal looting conditions.
Yeah, Toa was telling me all about it. Of course, she wanted to put him behind glass.
You don't trust her with them?
Don't be naive, buddy. It ain't doing anybody any good in the hands of some historian. Follow the credits. That's what I do.
Hey, Monk.
You look tired. Take a load off. Well, here we are. Nearly as many empty seats as when you first walked in here.
The Empire's never good for business.
Yeah.
Outer Rim's a tough place. Its selling point was being stormtrooper free until a few years ago.
Till next time, pal.
Seeing the canteen empty out is making me nostalgic about how the whole thing started.
Must have been tough in the beginning.
Oh, tough. Tough doesn't even begin to describe it. First off, the entire place was a mess. Stains everywhere. Mostly old food, drinks.
A few body parts.
I even found a shiver peat nest. Tried removing it while they tried removing my head. And it took 2 weeks before we had reliable power and water.
That sounds like a nightmare.
Oh, it was. Oh, it was back then. But now, funny. It all seems like a great story that I wish I could live again. Don't you got stuff to do?
No, I finished the game. I'm trying to milk all these end game conversations.
Oi, Cal. Think it's time I told you more about the old days. Got a moment?
Sure.
All right. I think it's time you knew about Tendo Gugbridge.
We're off to a good start.
Was Tendo sharp? No. Bloody idiot. Was he a looker? Well, people looked all right. Fella was uglier than a shiver pea. But old Tendo had one thing worth more than any of that. The bastard was plumb lucky. See, old Tendo goes and buys the worst claim in the region. About as likely to find a payday there as in your breakfast. But not 2 days later, that rocker blasts his way into a cavern crawling with priorite.
You bastard.
Now, Tendo fills his arms with the stuff. Couldn't see the ground in front of him. Poor fool stepped right on his detonite charge pack. The blast turned his bones inside out. How we all shared in the spoils. So much priorite, the whole bloody outpost didn't have to work for a month. But we all knew it was Tendo and his lucky tailbone that got us the first big find. Oi, Cal, good to see you.
Cal, have you time for a juggle? I've a wee joke for you.
Sure.
Capital. Hark. Imagine there be a fish with no gills.
Is that the joke?
What do you mean? Is that? Of course! How would a fish breathe with no gills?
Oh. Huh.
You try your best, bud.
Oh, what? You think you can do better? Go on, then.
Gotta be a fish joke.
Okay. How many fish does it take to teach a class?
Give me a minute.
A whole school.
A whole school? Oh, what? You're a cracker.
You gotta do the fish joke for Scuba Steve.
Wonderful to see you, Cal. How are you?
I'm all right. Got a lot on my mind.
I hear you succeeded in your quest.
Lost a lot along the way.
In my day, the Jedi would say that the Force is a river, and every life a tributary that returns to the greater whole.
I think Seer said something like that. To live is to lose. Nothing is ever truly lost.
I think I'll hang on to that one, if you don't mind. Not now, Cal.
Sierra and Cordova are gone.
Still can't believe it.
Neither can I. We will honor them by helping the path, Cal. Jedi and Night Sister, together again.
This is your spot, huh?
It's nice. I like the plants. Nothing would grow on the base. I saw a holovid once of a planet that was so green. Papa said he'd take me there one day.
If you find the planet's name, I'll take you there.
Okay.
It's Kashyyyk.
We can talk later.
About that. All right. Moran's done. All that's left, I think, is Monk. And that's it. And we're done with this game. We got a few more games to play, so I'm okay with that.
So where do we go from here?
Reach out to those in the network. Gather allies. Build something new.
Not gonna be easy.
Who promised that? We must be careful, Cal. Keep counsel only with those we trust.
I trust you and Grease, which is more than most have in this galaxy.
Glad you stopped by.
Doma, why don't you talk to me anymore? Is it the influence of that evil frog? Oh my god, look at this place.
Something smells good.
That would be Great-Grandma Pyloon's potato namba patty.
How'd she learn to cook so well?
Oh, she had no
Look at this
choice.
place.
With 8 children, 36 grandchildren, and 2 lost cats, She was cooking for a small army.
I'm glad we can still enjoy her recipes.
Me too. Grandma Pyloon's cooking lives on. But the Lost Cats, not so much.
I'm getting pretty fed up. Folks treating me like a wounded bogling.
Doesn't help, does it?
Not a scrap. It's not like I've never been alone either. I raised myself on an orbital mining station.
What was that like?
I saw a lot. A whole lot. My heroes were the spacers who ran supply contracts. They'd drop by for a few days, cash in, usually gamble most of it away in the sabacc dens. They weren't rooted, you know? And it took me about 16 years to figure out that I wasn't rooted either. So I hopped on a tramp freighter. Never
Good
looked
for you,
back.
Dana.
You got out. I'm glad you did.
You know, I'm glad too. I didn't get out of there. I never would have met the old man. Come back later, yeah?
Barkeep.
Good to see you, Cal.
How's everyone holding up?
Not too good with the Empire all over, but what's the sense in getting worked up over something you can't control?
My master always said, the foolish one lies awake worrying about what he cannot change. The wise one sleeps.
Sage advice.
I've always had trouble sleeping.
Well, don't lose any sleep over us. We can manage on our own. After all, this isn't the first time Kobo's faced a disaster, and probably not the last.
Till next time, pal.
Hey there.
See you around, Cal.
Am I glad to see you? Got a little proposition for your ears only.
Pass.
But I haven't even told you the scheme. Wait for it. Rancor.
You called it a scheme.
You just can't help yourself, can you? I'm not gonna be around to save you next time.
So, getting a soft yes on Rancor Petting Zoo. Okay, we'll table that for now. How about bottling Kobo matter and selling it as a miracle cure? Can I interest you in a Neko cheese venture? What about a collapsed mine escape room? Ooh, I got it. Roller mine roller derby. Hiya.
Some of that sounds okay. Some of that sounds bad.
Take a load off. If you need a hand, we're an oasis in the sand.
Good to see you.
And if you're dying of thirst, well, our drinks, they ain't the worst. And if you're running from a blaster, better
Run a little faster.
run right to Pyloon Saloon. And we hope we see you soon.
Got time for another story, Cal?
Maybe later.
Sure. Just drop by when you can.
Laddie, did you know that I be a poet of sorts?
I didn't, but I have a pretty good idea what you wrote about.
Hark, I muckle love to fish.
Yep.
To try to catch a fish. Oh, to see through the eye of a fish. I can't recall the last line.
If only I had my wish.
Here. I do like my fish.
That was
Said the word
really
fish 4 times.
something.
Fish rhymes with fish, though,
I
so.
know, still a work in progress. You know, I muckle love to fish. To try to catch a fish dish, no.
Do you know the hardest aspect of my new life here?
Does it rhyme with gurgle?
It does not. But guess then. Rather, it's my lack of purpose.
What sort of things did you used to do?
Oh, everything from cataloging data disks to collating star maps.
Well, I'd say you have a purpose. Everyone here seems to be happier since you arrived.
I agree.
For now, sure. But next week they'll be pulling up some 400-year-old droid, I imagine.
I doubt it, Z. You're one of a kind.
We'll speak later. Go on, sit forward.
I am staying here for now.
Okay, so even Marin's done with her conversation. We're still getting new stuff from Monk and Turgle, though.
Peely? How old are you?
Why do you ask?
because you know a lot of stuff. And I don't.
You will learn. Do you know how trees grow?
How?
One ring at a time, Kata. One ring at a time. Oh, hello.
Alright. We gotta be almost done with their stuff, right? I regret not talking to Monk more, because that might have made this go a little faster. It's just friggin' abandoned in here.
Cal, good to see you.
Hiya.
DD, throw me that sample again.
Talk later, buddy.
Barkeep,
What can I do for you?
I'm surprised you're sticking around through all this.
Leave the cantina? I think not. They'll have to drag me out in a scrap box. Besides, I've been in worse predicaments with far worse employers.
Oh yeah? Were you fired?
Not exactly. I quit with little notice. I found the job distasteful, to say the least.
It was good to see you. You ever get frustrated using that new arm?
Are you kidding? I love this thing. I can chop vegetables twice as fast.
I don't know what's
can't burn
happening.
myself. Plus, it's great for self-defense.
Been getting into fights?
Well, no, but, you know, I could. If someone tried anything, you know, I'm ready. What do you know?
All right. That's a good start. Apparently his last, I just googled it because I couldn't wait anymore.
I'm curious, Cal. How did you get on after the order was no more?
For a while, I lived in hiding. Worked for the Scrapper Guild on Braca.
Really? Do tell.
They salvaged starship wreckage, mostly capital ships from the Clone Wars.
Oh, you must have been so frightened that they discover you.
And then they did.
Yeah, but I made some good friends. They didn't know.
Hauf, I think was his name.
Felt safer when I was around them.
Are they still on Braca?
Yeah, you could say that.
Not now, Cal.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Keep your eyes out for the Empire.
Plants are so pretty.
Yes, they are.
I used to look at hollow images when Papa was away.
Then where is he now?
He passed. He's gone.
Cal killed him.
Come, Kata. When we die, we return to help new plants grow.
Focus.
All right, with this, we should be at...
Okay, let's go.
At the 100% mark.
Come on in, grab a spot at the
I'm
bar.
really busy, Cal. Maybe later.
Keep on doing your thing.
All right, and here we go.
See you, Cal.
Hopefully this is it.
You mentioned your last job was distasteful.
Did I? My employer was the type who would never let me quit, if you catch my meaning. Fortunately for me, one day my restraining bolt failed, and I immediately found a new career and star system.
You're on the run.
Takes one to know one, sport.
Restraints. Monk hinted at escaping his distasteful previous employer due to restraining bolt malfunction. Perhaps there's more to his past than meets the optical scanner.
Till next time, pal.
And if we look... No!
Well, here we are, back where it all started.
Anything you do differently?
Life's like cooking a meal. Sure, you make mistakes, but you just can't start over.
I don't think that's quite right.
Oh, so what, you're a chef now?
All right. All right, stupid perfectionist. Completionist. After all the work we put in, I'll admit, it's satisfying for the story, but really sad to see Pyloon's and this like emptying slowly. I think it's sad to see Toa go. It's sad to see Tulocht and Winnie and Zig. Like, it says I'm 100% though. Oh, wait. There you go. Apparently this is a common one because there's a friggin' video about it. Gotcha. You have to talk to Dana enough for it to unlock. It's right there. Okay. Oh, this is Grok. Oh my god.
Where are you, you old stump of a man? Oh. They got you good, didn't they?
Well, it's actually...
Sweep the area.
Sorry, old man. Ain't my day to die. You rest. I'll bury you later.
Rock departed. After finally being talked into a so-called chance of a lifetime, Rock and his expedition goes awry. Rock pays the ultimate price. Well, now I get why it wasn't there before. Because he's dead. And that's... kind of messed up. Alright, that means we are now 100%. I'm going to check the data bank as I head onto our ship. 100, 100. Oh, right there, progress, 100%. Look at that beauty. Tactical guide, 100%. That's what I have equipped. Well, that's a glitch, and that angers me.
We'll speak later.
Ready to go?
No, there's nowhere else I'd rather be. We're gonna end hanging out with our best buddy. A random Pitroid. Guys, though, that's it. I've vamped, I've talked, I've played, I've explored. We are done. We are 100% done. 100% complete run with Star Wars Jedi Survivor, and it was an awesome game. Did it have problems? Yes. Did I have fun? Yes. Did I get emotional during certain key critical moments? Absolutely, and I feel like that's a hallmark of good storytelling. I got angry, I got hyped, I got excited, I got heart palpitations. It was a good game, and I'm excited. I'm going to give it a break for a while, but I'm excited to come back and do a Jedi Master New Game Plus, which is what I did with Fallen Order. And I'm excited to see what comes next from Respawn Lucasfilm. I'm excited to see the conclusion of this story and what becomes of this crew. Anyway, guys, that's what we're going to call it. So if you're watching this on Twitch, you made it this far, make sure you're following me, help me out. Special shout out to Amethyst Khan and Bacon for stopping by and chatting with me. If you're watching this on YouTube, make sure you're subscribed, hit the stuff down there, the like, and you guys notification, you know the drill. Help me grow the channel. That is all for this thing that I am doing. You guys are excellent, and I will be seeing you. Till next time, may the Force be with you. That was lame. That's fine.